All right, you ready, Mr. Rose? So we'll get position 8 up here, Demetrius Lamar.
Yes.
Come on up, boss. What's that? Who did?
Yeah.
Oh, I think. Oh, yeah, he did. He went to the little police officer's room. What's your name, officer?
Point du jour.
Didn't understand that.
Oh, he was just telling me. I was writing it down. I'll go ahead and swear again. You swear a firm testimony about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes,
All right, if you have a seat and then kind of pull that microphone down and speak into it and spell your name for the court reporter.
all right. Good morning.
You might want to like pull it, that microphone, pull it down toward.
Good morning. I'm Officer Point du jour at Model Police Department. Last name POINT-DU-JOUR.
You hear him okay, Madam Court Reporter?
Yes, I got it. Yes, thank you.
Okay. They're about to bring him up now, so.
Thank you.
Oh, 7 here.
What's going on?
Yeah, right. Yeah. So we're just missing the officer for Hanks or officers.
Oh, Mr.
All right, here we go, boss. To get number 8. 22 CP 213469 Demetrius Lamar, 94 days without indictment, possession, purchase, or have control of controlled substance Schedule 1 or narcotics Schedule 2, criminal trespass and certain acts, bus, rail, or station prohibited. He has a $2,500 good bond as of 10/26, but we'll just go ahead and address it again, okay?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor, 88 Norwood, for the state permission to remain seated.
Yes, sir.
All right, we have called Officer Point du jour here as our witness. Good morning, officer. Thank you for being here. Where are you currently employed?
Model Police Department,
How long have you been employed there?
2 years.
What are your duties with your current agency?
I am a plainclothes officer for the department.
Are you post-certified?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
No.
Were you post-certified on the date of this incident, October 25th, 2022?
Yes.
Can you tell the court about the incident that occurred on October 25th, 2022? How did your investigation of Demetrius Lamar begin?
You wouldn't mind if I read from my report?
You can look at it and refresh your recollection, and then,
Yes, if you need to look down, you can look down, but you can't read from the report.
yeah.
Okay. On October 25th, at approximately 14:44 hours, while patrolling Garnett Martyr Station in plainclothes, I observed a unknown black male, later identified as Demetrius Lamar, retrieving cash for alcoholic beverages that he did possess in a black bag. I approached the male with my Martyr Police badge displayed, announcing Martyr Police, placing him into handcuffs with both hands behind his back, double locked, escorting him to the staff for further processing. Search incident to arrest. I located a clear bag containing crystallized substance suspected of methamphetamine. A GCIC identification was located on him, in which a GCIC, NCIC, and MARTA suspension check was conducted, in which he did have a MARTA suspension, meaning that he's not supposed to be on the MARTA property within that MARTA suspension time, which will lead to arrest for criminal trespass to a charge.
All right. What is the address of Garnett MARTA Station?
It's going to be 235 Peachtree Street, Atlanta, Georgia.
Is that in Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
All right. With respect to your initial encounter with Demetrius Lamar, were you in the course of your regular duties?
Yes.
Which include patrolling the MARTA stations, making sure individuals are following the rules?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you see when you first saw this defendant?
I observed him selling alcoholic beverages from a black bag, meaning he was retrieving cash for the alcoholic shots that he had in his bag.
And you saw the alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. And then upon the investigation continuing, what happened next?
So search incident to arrest. A clear bag containing crystallized substance suspected of methamphetamine was located. Also, the evidence, which is the shots bottle, were retrieved too at the same time.
Based on how did you arrive to think or believe that it was suspected methamphetamine?
Through knowledge, training, experience.
Okay. How much was it?
Approximately, it was less than an ounce for sure.
Okay. And this Lamar had an ID on him?
Yes.
Do you see the person in the courtroom who you identified as a suspect?
Everybody take your mask off, please.
You can stand up.
Okay.
And can you describe where he or she is sitting and what he or she is wearing?
Mr. Dimitri is going to be the black male with a salt and pepper beard and a blue jumpsuit.
You can have a seat now.
Thank you.
Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the officer has identified the defendant, Demetrius Lamar.
All right, noted.
All right.
There you go.
What part of the MARTA station was this in?
It's going to be on the street level at the bottom of Garnett MARTA station,
Okay.
right next to the MARTA sign.
Were there any witnesses?
Officer Bell.
Did you Were there any other patrons that witnessed this or anything?
No, not at all.
Was this encounter caught on MARTA CCTV?
Not clear right now.
Did you have your body cam on?
Our operations don't allow us to carry body cams at that time.
Okay. So you just have to double check if it was on the CCTV.
Yes.
Okay. What time was this again?
For approximately 14-45 hours.
It's like early afternoon.
Yes.
And you were pro certified on this day.
Yes, sir.
All right. No further questions from the state at this time.
All right, Cross?
Yes, sir. Good morning, officer. One more time, what was your name?
I'm Officer Point du jour.
Point du jour. So you were patrolling this Garnet MARTA station on October 4th?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you noticed a black male.
Later identified as Demetrius Lamar.
Yes. And what he appeared suspicious to you because he had alcohol on him?
He was selling alcohol.
Did you
I observed him retrieve the cash for an alcohol shot.
Okay. Did you happen to speak with the person who exchanged cash?
No.
Okay, so you just spoke with Mr. Lamar?
Yes.
And this was, Mr. Lamar was situated, he said at 235 Peachtree Street.
Yes, sir, which is the address to Garnet MARTA station.
Do you remember if he was in front of a smoking booth?
Yes, but in the location he was at, it was next to a MARTA barrier, which is considered MARTA property.
Okay. When you say next to a MARTA barrier, let me back up. I know that at this location, it's bordered on with a Greyhound station. Is
Yes.
that correct?
In which we have a gray MARTA barrier right there that says MARTA property.
All right. And you're saying that he was on the MARTA side
Yes,
of
sir.
that barrier. Okay. And you were in plain clothes, you said, right?
Yes, sir.
And that does not permit wearing body cam?
Yes, sir, per MARTA policy for our agency.
All right. And you're not sure if there was any, CCTV recording of the encounter?
Not sure. But myself and Officer Bell witnessed it. We observed them.
How are you able to determine that the beverages in question were alcoholic?
When we retrieved the bottles, we did look at it. It was a Taka Vodka alcohol shot, which is predominantly sold in that area.
All right. And your testimony is that you witnessed Mr. Lamar exchange money for one of those shots.
No, he exchanged money for the shots that he was selling. Yes.
Now the meth that was recovered, you said it was less than an ounce?
Yes.
Was it tested in any way?
It was submitted to crime lab.
All right. Do you happen to know the results of the crime lab testing?
Negative at this time.
And where you found this bag of meth, where on Mr. Lamar's person?
Yes, sir, on this person.
Was it in a pocket of his?
Not clear right now.
Not clear about the question?
Not clear of the location, but it was
Okay.
located on him.
All right. So you don't know if it was inside any of his clothes at all?
It was within on his clothing.
Okay.
I'm not clear which pocket, but it was on his person at the time. Search incident to arrest.
All right, officer. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thank you.
Anything else?
Just very briefly, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Where was the bag of alcohol in relationship to a defendant when you first encountered the selling of the alcohol?
It was right next to him.
I was right next to him.
Yes, right next to him on the ground.
And just for it's prohibited to possess alcohol on MARTA?
Yes, it is
And-
used vending without a permit or without through MARTA proper, through authorization through MARTA to sell. Selling alcohol is prohibited on MARTA.
And you did a GCIC and an NCIC check.
Yes,
And that's what revealed the MARTA suspension check.
yes, in which he also returned with a warrant out of the cab.
Nothing further from the state at this time.
All right. Anything else?
No, Judge.
This your only case, sir? You can be excused.
May our officer be excused at this time.
Yeah.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead. You can stay safe out there. Get some rest.
All right.
All right. Argument?
State will submit on the evidence, Your Honor, subject to rebuttal.
Mr. Rhodes?
Appreciate it.
Uh,
I'll go. Yes.
Judge, the defense will submit on the evidence.
All right, I find probable cause on the purchase, possess, or have control of substance in Schedule 1 or 2, criminal trespass and certain acts on the bus, rail, or station prohibited. He's got a $2,500 bond as of October the 26th. Pre-trial.
Prior arrest history?
What's that?
No prior arrest history?
You sure you're on the right one? Because I'm looking on here and he's been arrested. He has several arrested cases in Fulton County.
Which guy you said?
Demetrius Lamar. Number 8.
They saw me over judge this morning. He said Reynolds.
What'd you say, Bostic?
Thought you said Reynolds.
No.
I gotta run that one too.
All right, well, go ahead with your argument, Mr. Moore. Mr. Rhodes.
Yes, Judge, I'm ready. Mr. Lamar is 55 years old. As noted, he's been in jail for 94 days on a $2,500 bond. He unfortunately is unable to make that bond. Mr. Lamar is a lifelong Georgia resident. He's not a flight risk at all. Previously, he was living at 575 Pryor Street, which would be Gateway. He believes he would be able to return once released. Of course, he does have a DeKalb hold, so he wouldn't be released immediately. But still, he does have an Atlanta base. It is right down the street. He wouldn't be a flight risk. He had been doing temporary work in construction. He was working that for 3 to 4 years prior to his arrest. Again, all of his family is located in Georgia. We've been trying to get him into a program. We've been unsuccessful at this time, but we are still working on it. Judge, considering he cannot afford bond, and, as you've just heard, the facts of the case, essentially the only felony here is for less than a gram of methamphetamine. I would hope that Mr. Lamar would be able to, get out of jail. We don't know how long it will take until this case gets indicted, honestly. So I ask that his bond be reduced to a UJR to allow him to take care of business in DeKalb County and ultimately come back to court when the time comes.
Mr. Norwood?
Yes, Judge. The state would object to a UGR, just given, I'm looking at the criminal history. I'm seeing a an extensive criminal history with cycles starting in the mid 1980s. The last conviction was in June of 2022 for possession of Schedule 2. He got 2 years commuted to time served. So the state is just concerned about the significant risk of reoffending pending trial here. The danger posed to the patrons of MARTA, given the prohibited acts observed by the officer. The cab warrant is also concerning to the state, some multi-county history. So we would submit there is some risk of ties to the community here returning to the jurisdiction. Nothing further from the state.
All right. Mr. Rhodes, it just looks like when he gets arrested, he supplies an address in Houston, Texas. So I'm not sure why he does that. But we're going to do no drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. Stay away from 235 Peachtree Street and all MARTA property. Sir, you're already criminal trespass from there. Now I'm sure MARTA has completely banned you from MARTA property. So you can't go back on any MARTA property. And they probably let you know that when they arrested you. You have to provide an address upon release to the jail. So, you've got to give the name of where you're going to stay, address where you're going to stay to the jail and to your lawyer so you can file it into the case so they'll know where you're going to live. Let's see. 1,000, then 150, and then 750. 1,000, 150, 750. Who's that? You got that, Ms. Rowland?
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Best of luck to you. Anybody else work overnight last night? Don't lie. All right. So we'll go ahead. Mr. Cho, you've got 2 cases. So who wants to go next? Between Mr. Cho, Ms. Sarfaraz. Mr. Cho, I know we've got yours here for Lionel Guy. You want to wait on the GCIC?
Just to give the state a heads up to.
They ran the criminal. I ran the regular criminal history, and somebody else did the driving.
Is this the 4th or subsequent offense?
I was just going to ask the officer to confirm.
It doesn't say in the warrant.
Oh, yeah. You can ask the officer, I guess. If sure. Yes, sir. See you this evening if you got anything.
Oh, there it is.
What'd you say, Boston?
I'm pulling it up.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I'm sorry. Okay, so they ran
So Lionel Guy, number 6. Oh, you can come on down, officer, for the Lionel Guy case.
Now, just for the record, the GCI, I get the GCIC and the NCICs. I don't get the driving history. So this is just us working together with the officers, and they have independent sources of information that confirm the incident dates as well. So that's what I'm relying on.
Why doesn't that show up? It should show up on your GCIC.
I've seen some of them, but as far as the information that officer received. I mean, that somebody looked it up and gave the officer the information.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, officer, raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, you can have a seat, sit down, get your name and spell it for the court reporter.
Sergeant John Hicks, Fulton County Sheriff's Office, last name spelling of Henry Ida X-ray.
All right.
All right, this is a position 6, 22 CP 213445. Lionel Guy, been in 95 days without indictment, driving while license suspended or revoked, fourth or subsequent offense, failure to maintain lane, holding a wireless device for voice communication, fleeing or attempting to elude a peace officer. He has a $5,000 split bond as of October 25th, so we'll take up bond, Mr. Cho. Go ahead, Mr. Norwood.
Thank you, Your Honor. State's witness is Sergeant Hicks. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Appreciate you being here. Could you please introduce yourself to the court? Where are you currently employed?
Sergeant John Hicks, Fulton County Sheriff's Office, assigned to Special Operations K-9 Unit.
All right. How long have you been employed there?
I've been with Fulton County for 10 months.
What are your duties with your current agency and unit?
We are specialized in K-9. I'm an explosive K-9 handler for the county.
But does some of that encompass traffic stops?
Of course. So we're basically self-initiating unit. We look for all and any offenses, whether it be traffic. We assist other agencies when it comes to their specialized needs as well. So we basically assist in all areas of law enforcement.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Total of 15 years.
Okay. All in Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Columbus and Roswell as well.
All right. Are you post-certified?
Yes, sir.
Were you post-certified on the date of this incident?
Yes, sir.
1 second. Let me get my notes together.
You're fine.
So you were post-certified on October 24th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you tell the court about the incident that occurred on October 24th, 2022? How did your investigation of Lionel Guy begin?
Originally, I was traveling westbound on I-20 and observed a driver in a tannish colored vehicle holding a wireless device, got behind the vehicle, ran the tag, and attempted to initiate a traffic stop by turning on my blue lights. Upon doing so, the driver visually made eye contact through its rearview mirror. I could see him kind of looking up, looking back, looking around, moving around a good little bit in the vehicle. However, did not decelerate at all, did not maintain its lane and changed lanes several times. The driver then continued to flee at the same speed or accelerating, moving on to 285, traveling northbound. Traveled about approximately 3 to 4, maybe 5 more miles. Upon then stopping on the shoulder of 285, which time the traffic stop was conducted.
All right. Is I-20 westbound when you first encountered this Mr. Guy? Is that in Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
Was the place where you stopped on 285? Is that also in Fulton County?
Yes, sir. Just prior to getting into Cobb.
Okay, but the entire incident took place in Fulton County.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you stopped the car, what happened next?
I approached the driver's vehicle, got his information, took the keys from the vehicle. Other units arrived due to the chase that incurred. He was then immediately removed from the vehicle and detained. We then identified him, ran his information, came back, and he was subsequently charged for those traffic violations and fleeing and loot.
Yes. During the process of the stop, did you check the defendant's GCIC, NCIC, and driver's history?
Yes, sir. I ran that through our dispatch, who advised that he had several violations for driving on suspended license or whatnot. That was also confirmed through our GCIC, which is the reason for that particular charge.
Okay. And the defendant's driver's license, what was the status of it on October 24th, 2022?
It was suspended.
Okay. And does dispatch regularly advise of the driver's license statuses of those you stop?
That is correct.
Okay. So you would say it's a regular course of your duty to rely on the information from dispatch?
Always.
And dispatch advised that this defendant had prior driver's license suspensions within a 5-year period,
Correct.
which is the basis for the charge here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. And you had no reason to question that?
No, sir. It is our typical practice. It also shows up on our screens.
Okay. How did you identify the defendant on that?
Through his driver's license he provided, as well as the picture that showed up on our GCIC hit.
Which was suspended at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see the person in the courtroom who was identified as a suspect today?
Everybody take their mask off.
You can stand up. Can you describe where he or she is sitting and what he or she is wearing?
He is sitting to my left wearing a issued blue jumpsuit, beard, goatee, and a black face mask.
All right. You can have a seat now.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect that the officer has identified the defendant, Linnell Guy.
So noted.
All right. Were there any witnesses of this incident?
Not of the actual pursuit or traffic violations. The other officers did not arrive until I had him stopped on the side of the road.
Okay. Okay. Did you capture this stop on your body cam?
The interaction with him was captured on body camera. Yes, sir.
Was there any dash cam?
No, sir.
Okay. But you did observe the defendant with a wireless device in his hand?
That's correct.
And upon you blue lighting him, he did not immediately make an effort to.
No, he actually remained on his phone. I'm not sure who he was speaking with or what he was doing, but he remained on his phone. Meanwhile, still traveling in and out of lanes, failure to signal, as well as merging onto, 285.
Okay. Okay. About how long was the distance from when you first blue lighted the defendant until you all stopped?
I would say total incident was probably between 7 to 10 miles.
All right. What time of day was this?
This was approximately midday, I would say, around give or take.
Okay. Were there a lot of other drivers on the road?
I would say medium traffic.
Okay. But based on your description of the driving, would you say the public was at risk?
Definitely.
Harm?
His failure to abide and, abide by traffic laws definitely put the motoring public at risk.
All right. And you were post-certified on this date, October 24th, 2022?
That's correct.
No further questions for the witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Were you in the vehicle with anyone else?
No, sir. My police issued K9.
Okay. And you did not see an actual driving infraction in this case visually, is that right?
That is not correct. The driving infraction originally was him holding a cell phone while operating a motor vehicle.
Were you able to see if the cell phone was on or off?
It was held to his head with his right hand.
Were you able to see if the cell phone was on or off?
During my initial interaction, no. It was only seen upon pulling him over that it was still actually on, yes.
Did you check the call logs to see if the phone was actually being used for a phone call?
No, sir. However, I will say that shortly after, a young lady did pull up to the scene advising that she was on the phone with him during the interaction.
Who was that lady and what was her name?
That I do not know. I had already removed the individual from the side of the highway for safety reasons.
Did you ask her who she was on the phone with?
No, sir. I did not. Other officers who were on scene had spoken with her. I, again, was gone prior to her arrival.
So you don't have any information about this lady or whether she was on the phone?
I do not know.
Okay. Were the other officers who arrived, did they write any reports in this case?
Not that I am aware of, no.
Okay. So you're the main primary?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. You decided to do a check on the tag upon. You decided to do a check on the tag. Is that correct?
In which regard do you mean, sir?
In regards to the vehicle.
That is a standard practice on every vehicle, yes.
And who was the registered owner?
I would have to refer back to my records on that, sir.
Okay, if you can refresh your recollection with your notes.
You can look at your notes. I have the warrants here if you want to take a look.
I'd have to, I would actually have to then go get, pull that report back up, sir.
Okay, so it's in your actual police report?
That is correct. It's in the report, sir.
Okay. When you is your vehicle equipped with dash camera?
No, sir, it is not.
Okay. And is body camera on inside your vehicle?
It was on upon me pulling the individual over and exiting the vehicle. Yes, sir.
And pardon my ignorance, is there a reason why a body camera is not activated during the driving portion of this incident?
It wouldn't record anything due to where it sits on my vest inside the vehicle. So I activated upon exiting the vehicle.
Your vehicle is not one where blue lights will activate dash camera?
No, sir. I do not have a dash camera in my patrol unit.
Okay. There were no other driving infractions that you charged besides fleeing, attempting to elude until the vehicle stopped. Is that correct?
No, sir, that is not correct. He was also charged with holding a wireless device, which is a traffic infraction.
Besides that, which we've already talked about, it's the only other driving infraction.
That is correct.
Okay. And there were no injuries or no harm to any vehicles on the highway up to the stop. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Guy was cooperative with you when the vehicle stopped?
To an extent.
He did not obstruct you in any kind of way. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You did not find any contraband in the vehicle, including drugs?
That is correct.
You did not find any illegal firearms or anything of that nature. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. When you check to see if someone has a suspended license, what's the process?
That information is provided by our dispatchers, which is then confirmed by GCIC. Also confirmed by our in-vehicle computers.
Okay. What did dispatch tell you in this case?
That he had several violations for a suspended license, as well as GCIC hit that came back to the computer.
When dispatch tells you that, did they give you the dates of the infractions previous to this?
The dates are listed in the on the printout as well, which is held by GCIC.
Do you have the dates with you today?
I do not.
Are you able to testify to any time period for these previous infractions?
They were all, the ones that were listed to me were all within the past 5 years.
Would that be recorded on your body camera, the information on your computer?
That I am not sure if it was captured or not.
And who was dispatched for this on this day speaking with you?
You're referring to the dispatcher's name?
Yes.
Oh, that I do not know. We're not given their names.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you so much, Sergeant.
Any more direct?
Nothing further from the state at this time, Your Honor.
All right, that's it for this officer?
Yes, may our officer be excused?
Yes, stay safe out there.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, go ahead with the argument.
Yes, Judge. One moment, please. Have a good one. Appreciate you.
Judge, I have pertinent information.
What did you say?
I have pertinent information, actually.
Okay.
What is the information?
They're not driving with suspended license. They're just suspensions. And they're not within the last 5 years.
Judge, that was our understanding as well. I understand that this may not be sworn testimony for now, but I do think that
I'm listening.
I do think that the state has an obligation to actually check the driving license history and rectify the situation. I was the correct charge.
The suspensions are from 99, 2004, and 2001. He has been arrested for driving with a suspended license in 2013, 2021, and 2022.
Yeah, like more than 4. Our officer's testimony is the same. I've just brought.
But she says she's been arrested for driving with suspended license 13, 21, 22.
But there are no dispositions on that. The suspensions, he's only on his driver's license, he only has suspensions. He only has one notation for driving with suspended license, but the suspensions are for FTAs. So he do have 4 suspensions.
When 13, 21, and 22, was he charged with driving with suspended license?
He was charged with driving with suspended license. What the 22 is this case.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. If we may, we'll just recall our officer just to reiterate what he just told me.
All right.
Exactly just what they told you to do. The state has recalled our witness, Sergeant Hicks, just to discuss his understanding of what dispatch advised him. And again, the state has checked the GCI and NCIC, but I do not receive the driver's history. So again, this is a process of, and during the process of indicting this case, that would be confirmed, that you would have to do that. But at this juncture, we're just establishing probable cause. And at this juncture, the officer has testified, and he's going to further testify as to what dispatch advised him. He has already said that is a reliable information that cannot be reasonably disputed. But Officer or Sergeant Hicks, can you just talk about the process of verifying the defendant's GCIC, NCIC, and criminal history and driver's history?
Yes. So upon the stop on the side of the road, all we're giving is what's relayed to us through dispatch. That information is what I testified to earlier. As far as what you in regards to, I guess the statute of limitations, I was told that was what the charges were, or that's what the criminal or driving history rather was. Hence the charges that they were elevated to, instead of just driving on a suspended license.
So the dispatch advised that's what you must do.
No, they didn't. They won't tell us that we have to, but based upon the information they relayed to me, the charge that was then cited is what fit.
What was that information that they relayed to you?
That he had the multiple suspensions within that time frame.
Multiple driving while license suspended, either guilty or nolo within 5 years?
That's the way it was explained to me, yes.
Okay, more than 4.
That's what I was told. That he had, I was told 5 was the number.
And they gave you the dates?
They did. They provided the dates.
And those dates are available in a report?
I would assume that they're on the report that they have when they pull the history.
Okay. With respect to the process of this, I just want to revisit that while we have you up again. Did you say he was fleeing at a high rate of speed?
He was traveling over the speed limit, yes, sir.
And
he was maneuvering in and out of traffic, attempting to not be stopped. He was not adhering to the request of me blue lighting him, again activating sirens as well.
I'm going to object to this. The witness was off the bench. Now we're veering into territory that has nothing to do with the subject. That
I previously asked for the officer to be excused. I was going to just revisit some of my argument while we could, but that's fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So this would have been his 4th. Okay. You want to ask him anything else about his testimony as far as the driving with his license suspended or revoked?
Very quickly.
Sure.
Sergeant, I have no issue with your testimony. I believe you're under oath and that you were making a best faith, good faith representation of what occurred. So I just want to be clear. We were talking about this license suspension issue from the beginning of court. But I do have a quick couple of questions, if you don't mind. Did you put the specific dates and alleged convictions in your report?
I did not.
Okay. And I know that this is information relayed to you. Is the only record of that information relayed to you verbal?
As far as what I have, so what came up on my computer was just that there were several suspensions. As far as the convictions and all that stuff, that was relayed to me via dispatch.
Okay. And as far as you are aware, the convictions, because that's what matters in
Correct.
this case, are you aware if those convictions were on your computer as well, or was
The
that
convictions would not be on my computer, no.
Okay.
We don't receive that information. We
You-
receive the suspensions and suspension dates.
I apologize for interrupting.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay. As far as suspensions, as a law enforcement officer, you are aware that licenses can be suspended for other things like not paying child support, et cetera, correct?
That is correct.
And that would be different than convictions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I don't have any further questions.
Anything else?
No further questions,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Thank you, Sergeant.
All
Once
right.
again, stay safe out there.
Have a great day.
Y'all have a good one.
All right. Argument.
Yes, Judge. We'll submit on the evidence, subject to rebuttal with respect, but just two notes with the respect to the first charge, driving while license suspended and revoked. We will investigate that, but at this juncture for a probable cause hearing, we would say based on officer's testimony, we have met that threshold. He received information from a reliable source, dispatch, that there were he said 5 driving while license suspended or revoked, guilty or no go pleas. That was the officer's testimony. We will of course verify that prior to indictment. But that is what the officer's testimony was. With respect to the fleeing or attempting to elude a police officer, we would ask that you upgrade that to a felony fleeing or eluding police officer based on the officer's testimony, where he was traveling at high rate of speed, going in and out of lanes with a phone in his hand that placed the public at risk of harm or danger. Nothing further from the state at this time.
Mr. Cho.
Judge, we would strenuously object to the charge of fleeing and attempting to elude to be increased at this time. Officer was on scene. He was the primary officer, as you heard in the testimony, and it is his warrant, J.S. Hicks III, that was submitted to a judge and sworn testimony. And his sworn testimony was, said accused, observed myself behind him with both blue lights and siren activated, at which time the accused continued travel, picking up speed, changing lanes, exiting from on freeway to another at no time, indicating he was attempting to stop or look for a safe place to stop. That is the allegation in the warrant. As far as if the state would like to add it to become felony, they would need to specify a certain amount over the speed limit, a specific threshold. It is not sufficient to just allege speeding in this situation when the statute is very clear that there has to be a certain number over the speed limit. It can't be 1 over the speed limit. That would not be sufficient for fleeing, attempting to elude. Further, you heard testimony from the officer that there were no other injuries or harm to any members of the public before the vehicle was stopped. And you also heard as well that while there was traffic, there were no, there are not any indications at this point as to which specific danger there was to the public. As far as driving with license suspended or revoked, I'm going to agree with ADA Norwood's his argument for probable cause. I believe that's correct, and I would trust ADA Norwood to as to what he's already said, and I know the state will check and not indict on a case that would be obviously incorrect. I believe we've heard that a GCIC and NCIC were looked at. I would also agree that a driver's license history is probably the most relevant document and that was the one that apparently has not been looked at this point. So as far as the probable cause portion, we will submit to the court on the rest of the charges. I will strenuously object to an increase at this time based on the lack of testimony, specific testimony for an upgrade to fleeing and attempting to elude. I will ask the court to consider Officer Bostic's information at the subsequent bond hearing after the conclusion of this probable cause hearing.
All right. So I've got the warrant pulled up for the fleeing and attempting to elude, and it says the driver continued to travel on I-20 westbound, picking up speed and changing lanes, and all in an attempt to elude me. During this pursuit, at no time did the driver indicate he was looking for a safe place to stop, nor did he stop when those locations presented themselves. The driver continued on I-20 on a Georgia Interstate 285 in excess of 65, 70 miles per hour until he finally came to a stop at 285 on Bolton Road. So yeah, he wasn't looking for one. So I'll find probable cause on all of them, and I don't think I could. I mean, maybe you can do it in the indictment, but as far as I heard, well, because I don't know what the speed limit was there where he got on 285, because it changes on 285 all the time on those little digital speed limit signs. So I won't upgrade it right now, but definitely talking on the phone and changing lanes in and out, that is dangerous. So I'll find probable cause on all the charges. Driving with suspended license, failure to maintain lane, holding a wireless device for voice communication, and fleeing and attempting to elude. All right, so he's been in custody 95 days with a $5,000 split bond as of October 25th. Pre-trial.
With regards to Mr. Guy, the driving offense, he has a total of, go down to the end. He has a total of 27 prior arrests. This was his last arrest. Probation violation. He appears to have the open case, the 21 case for the driving with suspended license and hit and run and the cab. Last conviction was 2016 for a battery family violence felony out of the cab. A couple of FTAs, which is for driving offenses, which was on his driving history. And that was 2011, nothing further.
All right, thanks, Boston. Go ahead, Mr. Cho.
Judge, Mr. Guy has a good address, 143 Eastwood Circle, Decatur, Georgia. He's married. He's the father of 5. He's heavily invested in this case. He's also has a grandchild as well. He has his forklift certification, and Your Honor, he's not able to afford the bond at this time. It's my belief that this alleged felony for driving with suspended license is incorrect. And I will send the information to the state to get resolved, but we'd ask the court to consider, based on Officer Bostic's running of the driver license history today, so is up to date and recent, and the lack of convictions, which is what is required at this point. We are asking the court to consider UJR for that charge, and we'll defer to the court.
All right. Mr. Norwood?
Yes, Your Honor. We would submit that a $5,000 split bond. I'm showing $2,500 on the driving while license suspended or revoked, $2,500 on the fleeing or attempting to elude a police officer is abundantly fair and reasonable, particularly with respect to the fleeing or attempting to elude police officer. I do believe it was officer's testimony that he was exceeding the speed limit, but we did not establish the speed limit, but 65, 70 miles an hour is typically what it is on 285. But with respect to Ayala, we'll submit that it was that there's significant danger posed to the public, other drivers on the road, given the lack of licensure to the proper licensing to operate a vehicle, and the description of the fleeing or eluding, as well as a significant risk of reoffending pending trial should the defendant make bond. They have an open case in DeKalb. There does seem to be an issue with the licensing that's habitual in nature. And given the nature of this incident, we would submit there is some risk of not returning to this jurisdiction to face the charges. Nothing further from the state.
All right. And it's pretty dangerous failure to maintain insurance. It's somebody else is going to have to take the ding on their insurance. I'll do 2,000 on the driving while license suspended or revoked. I'll keep the others, two other charges, UJR, the failure to maintain and holding the wireless device, and then the fleeing attempting, 2,000. So it's a $4,000 split bond. Sir, no driving unless, no alcohol, no driving, no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. No driving during the pendency of this case. Your licenses are suspended. No driving. None. But also I'm glad you live in Decatur because you can stay out of Fulton County unless you're here for court or to see your lawyer. We're going to make sure you're not going to be driving because you're going to have an ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew except for court, lawyer, medical, and employment. You have to provide Mr. Cho where you're going to be working, the location, if you get a job somewhere, the name of your employer, and proof of that employment. You'll have 48 hours to have that ankle monitor placed on your ankle in the event DeKalb County or there's a hold somewhere. So if you go to DeKalb and there's charges, you got 48 hours to get in touch with the ankle monitoring company. Mr. Cho can give you that information and get that ankle monitor placed on your ankle. Best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So do we not have the cops for Mr. Hanks yet?
I have APD Officer Forston and APD. He's for both Hanks, Officer Forston. I do not see the officer for that. We do have one for one of the Jerome Daniels. I do not. Is Officer Stone here? We just have Officer Howard.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, all right. So let's see. Miss Pinto got a lot of yours. Miss Alfarasi, you want to go ahead and go on yours? All right. Patrick Noel.
That would be Officer Denninger. Yes.
But raise your right hand, Deputy Swearian.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that our statements are about to give will be true, the whole truth, and nothing but truth? Yes. For the right hand, I see you just to the microphone. Please close your last name.
Trent Denninger, last name Denninger.
All right, stand by. Them get him out here.
No.
Patrick Noel. Let me see. He's got. He's been in 144 days. When was his last bond?
In December, Your Honor.
All right, and we'll just go ahead and address it, because if not, he's going to end back up in night court.
Yes, Your Honor, we would love that.
Okay. All right. This is 22CP212056, Patrick Emmanuel Noel, 144 days without indictment. Right now, there is a $25,350 good bond, possession of marijuana, manufacture, distribution, or sale of marijuana, possession of MDMA, possession of cocaine with intent to distribute, possession of a firearm, knife during the commission of or attempt to commit certain felonies, pedestrian in roadway, possession of drug-related objects, drugs not in original container, possession of dangerous drugs, and willful obstruction. I'll go. I'm so used to doing this at night. Pre-trial, I'll get back to you in a little bit. Go ahead, Mr. Northworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer. Denninger, is that how you say it?
Denninger.
Denninger, okay. Could you please introduce yourself to the court? Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. How long have you been employed there?
Since December 7th of last year.
Okay. Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, I have over 4 years at Atlanta Police Department.
Were you with the Atlanta Police Department on the date of this incident?
Yes, sir.
September 3rd, 2022?
Yes, sir. That's September 4th.
Oh, September 4th, 2022.
I mean, you said you employed since December of last year. You mean 21? Because September comes way before December.
No, I was employed. I started my employment with Fulton County Sheriff's Office December 7th of 2022. This case took place September of 2022.
Yes. He was with APD.
Okay, all right. I was
September.
like, I'm not that great at that, but that didn't seem to add up.
Yeah. Do you have any prior law enforcement experience to your time with APD?
Prior to APD?
Yes, sir. Okay. What were your what were your duties with APD at the time of this incident in September 2022?
During that time, I was on the Zone 5 Field Investigations team. We combated high crime areas around the city, but particularly in Zone 5, downtown, midtown Atlanta, ranging from narcotics to traffic to really whatever was the highest driving crime at the time or that they wanted us to tackle.
Okay. So did that include patrolling?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Were you post-certified on September 4th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the court about the incident that occurred on that date, September 4th, 2022? How did your investigation of Patrick Noel begin?
Yes, sir. So on September 4th, 2022, at approximately around 9:12 p.m. that night, myself and two other officers were patrolling in the area around 50 Alabama Street, and we witnessed a man who we later identified to be Patrick Noel crossing the roadway outside of the crosswalk, not using the crosswalk, going from the south end of Alabama Street to the north end. So we got out of the vehicle to speak with him and announced ourselves as police, identified ourselves. And upon approaching him, I asked him if he was just turn around and let us detain him so we could talk to him without worrying about flight. Well, the first thing he did was he tried to flee. He pulled away from us with his arms, tried to move in the opposite direction of us. And upon grabbing us, decided he wanted to wrestle with us. So we had to bring him to the ground, properly detain him with department approved techniques. Got him in handcuffs, searched him incident to arrest. And at that time, during the search, he had a black crossbody bag on him, like one of the ones that goes across your chest. In that bag, we found approximately 81.4 grams of marijuana in two separate packages, plastic bags, approximately 60 counts of MDMA pills in a plastic cellophane bag, and then an additional one in another plastic bag. So 59 of those, I believe, were in one plastic cellophane bag, and then one was in a separate plastic cellophane bag. 3 penicillin pills and 1 hydrochloride pill. All of these were in the black crossbody bag, along with 2 knives, a marijuana grinder with residue and small bits of keef in the grinder, $348 in cash, $8.91 in change, along with his other various personal items that aren't contraband, things like cell phones, chargers, and whatnot. He also had 2.6 grams of crack cocaine separated into several different hits in his pants pocket. I do not recall which pocket in his pants, but they were in his pants pocket.
Okay.
And we found his ID that identified him as Mr. Patrick Emmanuel Noel Jr., date of birth, February 1st, 1979.
Okay. And you encountered, you encountered this defendant in the roadway, Alabama Street?
We witnessed him cross the roadway without using the crosswalk on Alabama Street, but by the time we had gotten to him, because he was walking quickly, he was on the sidewalk.
So it's around 50 Alabama Street?
Yes, sir.
It's 50 Alabama Street. Is that in Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there any crosswalks nearby that could have been used?
Yes, sir. There's a crosswalk at every street direction on Alabama Street at the intersection with Peachtree Street.
Wow. With respect to what you found inside the bag subject to your search, how did you know those substances were what they were?
Through my knowledge, training, and experience, I have several of similar cases of this with the Zone 5 Field Investigations team. I was there for a few years.
Okay, including the penicillin?
Yes, the penicillin.
Can't read it from your report, so you're going to look at it, refresh your
Oh, I'm
recollection.
sorry. Yeah, that's fine. So, if I remember correctly, memory a little foggy on this one. One of the charges that I have on there is the prescription outside of its prescribed container. I can't remember if that was in reference to the penicillin or the hydrochloride bill, but I know that that's on the report.
Deputy, you can always look at your report to refresh your recollection. You just can't read.
No, I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
So you're just looking at the amounts? That's what you were looking at before?
Yeah. I was just reading the amounts so that I wasn't giving you incorrect information regarding that.
Yeah. Can you describe the knives that you found inside of the bag?
I do not recall exactly what they looked like.
Did you observe the pointed edge of the knives?
Oh, yes, of course. So there were two knives inside of the bag. They were edged weapons, edged blades. And they were inside of the same crossbody bag that the paraphernalia was in.
About how long were they, do you recall?
I don't know the exact length of the knives, but I remember them to be around the size of like your typical pocket knife. So the edged blade was probably around the size of my index finger around.
How many inches would you say your index finger is?
Like 4 inches, maybe.
More than 3 inches?
Yes, sir.
That's what you observed?
If I remember correctly, yes, sir.
Okay. With respect to the tussle that occurred, how did that happen?
So once Mr. Noel had crossed the street illegally without using the crosswalk, he had gotten onto the sidewalk on the side of Alabama Street nearest the MARTA station. When he was on the sidewalk, we approached him. We announced ourselves as Atlanta police, identified ourselves, and he kind of just pretended like he didn't hear us. And so we were like, "Hey, sir, excuse me, stop, Atlanta police." And then he turned around, kind of looked at us. I don't recall what he said. And then we told him to turn around. We were going to detain him. And he said something along the lines of, "No," or I'm not going to do that," or something along the lines, some kind of words of resistance saying that I'm not going to comply with what you were saying, to which he turned and continued walking. So at this point, I grabbed his arm to put him in handcuffs to detain him because he obviously wasn't going to comply with our verbal orders. And he kind of tried to rip his arms away and walk away. He started screaming and hollering and decided he wanted to go to the ground. And so we wrestled him to the ground. He's trying to fight. He's trying to move. He's trying to get away from us, trying to get away from our compliance and control. So we place him in handcuffs, and then we stand him back up and start the search.
Did you weigh the substances on the scene?
We might have weighed the substances on the scene, but I know for sure we weighed them when we got to the precinct. Okay. We might have also weighed them on the scene, but I don't recall.
Okay. And this, there was an ID on this person inside that bag?
Yes, sir.
And that's how you identified?
Yes, sir. Okay. We identified him via that, but we also run his name and everything with GCIC and confirm that information lines up.
The GCIC and the NCIC?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you just, do you see the person in the courtroom today who you identified as a suspect?
Everybody take your mask off, please.
Can you describe where he or she is sitting and what he or she is wearing?
Yes, sir. Mr. Noel is sitting to my left in a blue jumpsuit, and he's got a line in his haircut.
All right. You can have a seat now. Thank you, Your Honor. May the record reflect that the officer has identified the defendant, Patrick Noel?
All right, noted.
All right. Just a few more questions. With respect to the grinder, what did you see in there?
So inside the grinder, there was like small, I forget the exact verbiage, but like little bits of leftover marijuana that weren't taken out of the grinder when somebody had previously used it to grind the marijuana.
And you also observed United States currency on this defendant's person?
Yes, sir.
How much United States currency?
I Approximately $348 in cash and approximately $8.91 in change.
And thank you. And can you describe the bagging of the various substances?
Yes, sir. So the marijuana was in 2 separate plastic bags. And the 60 MDMA pills were in 2 separate plastic cellophane bags as well. So if the report reads correctly, 59 of those were in 1 bag and 1 of those was separate in another plastic cellophane bag.
And was this incident caught on your body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Were there any other cameras?
Yes, sir. There is a traffic camera near that location. There's probably more than 1 traffic camera, but I know for certain that one of them did capture part of the event.
Okay. And this was on the sidewalk?
So the initial infraction occurred on the street, but the encounter between us and him occurred on the sidewalk.
On Alabama Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. How far was it from where you initially encountered the defendant in the street until you stopped him on the sidewalk?
He was about probably 4 or 5 feet onto the sidewalk, just walking straight from the street, going the same direction on the sidewalk that he was. So it was just a few seconds after he had gotten off the street.
Okay. It's just about a yard or 2 away?
Roughly, yes, sir.
Okay. And were there any witnesses?
Other than myself and the other officers, not that I recall.
Okay. And your purpose, you were just on your regular duty patrolling the area?
Yes, sir.
And what time did this incident take place?
Approximately 9:12 p.m.
Was it dark outside?
There's street lights in the area, so the sun was down, but it was well lit.
All right. And again, you were post certified on the 4th of September, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. No further questions for this witness at this time, Your Honor.
Cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning, Officer Dillon.
Good morning.
Denninger. We'll
Yes,
make
ma'am.
sure I pronounce it correctly.
You're good.
All right, so you work for Fulton Sheriff now, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But at the time you worked for APD.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so on September 4th, you were patrolling Zone 5,
Yes, ma'am.
and then you saw an individual cross the crosswalk.
No, he did not use the crosswalk.
You didn't use the crosswalk. He crossed the middle of the street.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's when you detained him?
We tried to stop him and detain him. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's when you signaled to stop him,
Yes, ma'am.
and you approached him,
Yes, ma'am.
and you guys were on the side of the street at this time?
We were on the sidewalk. Yes, ma'am. In between Alabama and Peachtree Street.
Okay, and so you approached him. Was it just you alone?
No, ma'am.
You said there were other officers with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Who were the other officers with you?
Officer McDonald was with me. Officer Pearson was in the area, but I don't believe he was out on the stop with us. I think he was still in his vehicle.
Okay, but Officer McDonald was with you.
Yes, ma'am.
So he had the same point of view, possibly as you, from your observations?
She did. Yes.
She did? Okay, my apologies. Okay, and so you and Officer McDonald stopped the individual?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's when you started questioning them?
That's when we asked him to stop, and he refused to stop. We told him we were going to detain him. He refused to comply.
Did you tell him what? I'm sorry. I'm gonna
Go
cut
ahead.
you off.
Go ahead.
I don't want you to cut you off on your testimony.
I was just saying he refused to comply. He physically resisted, so that's when we put him in handcuffs. And then we told him, dude, we were just trying to stop you because you crossed the street illegally after we had already announced ourselves.
Okay, so when you initially announced yourself, though, you didn't say, hey, we're stopping you because we saw you cross the crosswalk without, we saw you cross the street without using the crosswalk, correct?
Yes, he didn't even give us the chance to.
You gave no reason to, you did not tell him why you were detaining him.
We were trying to, and he kept saying, I don't want to stop. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you.
But you did not announce it. You did not say, well, we need to talk to you because we saw this. You never made that announcement to him?
We told him we need to talk to him, and we couldn't get the words out because he said, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you. And he was walking away. We didn't want to continue talking to him while he's walking away because he wasn't listening. We had to stop him to make sure he can hear us.
So you physically stopped him before you told him why you wanted to talk with him, correct?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
You physically stopped him You put hands on him physically to stop him before you gave him a reason for why you were detaining him.
Before we verbally gave him the reason, yes, ma'am. We told him to stop so that we could talk to him and tell him the reason.
Okay. And when he didn't, but you didn't, so again, I just want to be very clear. You did not say, hey, we are stopping you because you didn't use a crosswalk. We are detaining you because we saw you do a crime. You just said, hey, we want to talk to you. And he said, I don't want to talk to you, and kept walking, correct?
If I remember correctly, yes, we did not get to the part of telling him why before we stopped him.
So you initially detained him. He had no reason to believe that you were going to detain him for why you were,
No,
why you wanted to detain him.
he had reason to believe because we told him to stop and that we wanted to detain him. So we could
You
talk
never
to him.
gave a reason. You
We didn't
never.
get to that point, no. ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, y'all keep talking over each other.
My apologies. I'll slow down and stop. Okay. So now you got him detained physically. You have him in cuffs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so that's at that point when he's in cuffs, you tell him why you stopped him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said you searched him incident to arrest.
Yes.
So you initially were planning to arrest him for crossing the crosswalk. Well, not using the crosswalk.
We're going to detain him and talk to him. Now he's under arrest for resisting.
Okay. 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 So then you searched him incident for that. You searched him
Yes.
and you searched his bag. He had a bag on him, you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did you search at the scene, or did you wait? Did you just take the bag and search it at the station?
We searched on scene.
On scene.
Yes.
And all this is on your body camera, correct?
Ma'am.
Okay. So then now you're going through the bag. You're saying that you found some marijuana in the bag, correct?
Among other things, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so the marijuana in the bag. And then you said you saw some pills in the bag,
Yes,
different
ma'am.
kinds of pills. And you said on direct that they were MDMA.
Some of them were, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so can you describe these pills?
I honestly don't remember exactly what they looked like. This was a few months ago.
So you can't give us a color
The exact color of the pills, no, ma'am, not at the moment.
or the shape of the pills?
MDMA comes in a few shapes. So the ones that I was dealing with that day, I do not recall off the top of my head. I don't want to tell you something that's wrong. So
these pills could be sugar pills for all you know.
well, we submitted them to the annex for testing. So
Have you gotten the results back for that?
no, ma'am.
Okay. So again, these pills could be sugar pills for all you know.
That is possible, but on my knowledge, training, experience, they look very similar to the MDMA pills I have encountered before.
Okay, now you brought it up, let's get to your knowledge and training, particularly for drugs.
Sure.
Okay, so what kind of drug training have you received?
So training or experience? You mean training specifically?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have the mandate training. I have the field investigations training. That's a 2-week course where you do go over narcotics and you learn from other people who are on the narcotics unit.
Can you explain more on that training of how you can identify what is MDMA and what is just a sugar pill? By visually, I guess, for your training?
Yeah, so sometimes the MDMA, in my experience, it'll come in various shapes of like characters and things like that. Sometimes it'll be shaped like the Flintstones vitamins. Sometimes it'll be shaped like cartoon characters. It can come in a lot of different shapes. And normally, if somebody is out there, in my experience, in that particular area as well, with them wrapped in plastic cellophane bags and selling them, it's, in my experience, it has been MDMA.
Have you received any particularized training for narcotics other than just what people have told you what they look like? Have you worked with labs and things like that so you can identify them on your own?
Labs in particular, no, ma'am. But as I had previously stated, I did take the field investigations training, in which we do work with people who are on the narcotics unit.
Okay. But again, you cannot right now tell us what color these pills were, what size, what shape,
These
any
particular ones
descriptions.
for this case,
Yeah, you have no knowledge of what descriptions, or at least you don't remember.
I don't remember now.
And you didn't put that in your report?
I don't believe so.
Some officers described the pills. You didn't describe the pills for us. You just called them these drugs, correct?
I referenced them as MDMA pills. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so these other pills, you said there was 3 penicillin pills. What's your basis for knowing that was 3 penicillin pills and not, again, 3 sugar pills?
It's the same as before. I don't recall honestly what these look like.
Is penicillin a narcotic?
Is it narcotic?
Is it a narcotic?
I don't recall if I referenced the penicillin in this for as I was saying earlier, for the not being in a prescribed container. I don't recall.
Okay. And then the other pill, you said there was a hydrocodone pill, same issue, you can't recall any details?
Hydrochloride pill is what it's referred to as in the report. No, I don't remember. These are from September. I've had a lot of cases since that time, so I don't exactly recall what these particular ones look like.
Okay, so when you were arresting them, how were you able to identify that these were these different pills then? How were you able to identify it was a hydrocodone pill?
Because I saw what they looked like and they were right in front of me. And just right now, I couldn't tell you because I don't remember what they looked like. You'd have to go back and review the body cam.
Okay. Okay, so let me move on. These two knives. On direct, you initially said you didn't recall what the knives look like, but then you were able to describe them. So which is it?
I referenced that I don't exactly remember the exact length of the blades of the knives. I know that they were roughly around the size of my index finger, but I don't recall the exact number.
Your index finger, that's the pointer finger?
Yes,
is that correct?
Yes.
So you're saying your index finger is 4 inches long?
Roughly.
Can we see your finger just so, because that's your basis first? Okay. Doesn't look like 4 inches, but okay. So you don't recall, but you remember that there was 2 knives?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that they were about your index finger size?
Roughly.
But you didn't measure them?
I don't recall.
At no point in this investigation did you ever measure these knives?
No, I don't recall.
And you never, but these knives are in evidence now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that they're the size of a pocket knife. So do you remember, does the knife fold out? Is it just a long knife? What's the description at all? Do you have any idea?
I don't recall.
Okay.
That's why I submitted them to evidence, because they're still there, or they should be. So.
Okay. But you didn't provide any photographs in your police report or any descriptions of these?
That's on the body cam. All the images are on the body cam.
And you had turned that over to the state and it's been preserved?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just one moment, Your Honor. Let me just confirm. No, you didn't.
She said, damn, he didn't stop me selling no drugs.
No, they're not charged. They're not charged. No further questions at this time. Thank you, officer.
No problem.
Anything else from the state?
Nothing further from the state. We'll ask that our officer be excused at this time.
All right, this is your only case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can be excused. Thank you. Stay safe out there.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
All right, go ahead with the argument.
Appreciate it. Have a good one. All right. Yes, Judge, we'll ask that you find probable cause on all counts, all charges here. With respect to the substances found, we would submit that this officer was specifically part of a Zone 5 unit that its purpose was to combat drug-related activity in the area. And we would say that would also go to his knowledge, training, and
I think things just froze.
I think so.
We're back.
I'll log out and log back in.
All of the mics are muted.
Madam Defense Attorney, are you speaking? You're muted.
I just sent the judge a message to let her know that we can't hear. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think she
All
saw
right.
it just yet.
All right,
Okay,
thank you.
you. I don't think they can hear us.
Yeah, I'm not muted. But everybody else is muted.
They're froze again.
Okay.
Let me try calling Judge Manning. Oh, I can't call
Thank
her.
you.
On the bench.
Thank you.
Can y'all hear me now?
I can. The court
Okay,
reporter
you
can.
can.
Yes, I can hear too.
I'm trying to open up the Zoom controller, but you got to make me host so that I can see if I can unmute the podium.
Okay, I did. I
All
made
right,
yours.
Mr. Rowland, let me see if I can get my Zoom controller up. Let's see. So this is is 1A, right? Now it said the session is expired. Let's see. Let's see. Let's try it this way. All right, hold on one second. Maybe I got it. Hold on, I just gotta get the meeting ID for today. Hold on. Sure. Let's do this at a time. Let me see. Are they working on at the same time? I'm trying to I can unmute it if I could just invite the podium back. Maybe, yeah, I was gonna say, I was going. Because I mean, I can, let's see if it's podium. That's the only one that's not here. I can invite it from my, let's see, prosecutor. Is it the prosecutor or defendant? Okay, prosecutor. Let me see if they're letting me. Okay. All right, now we're back from our technical difficulties. All right, Ms. Rossi, I'm sure we messed up your stride there. We're back on, Your Honor?
Oh, we are back twice.
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, this defense, we would submit there is not probable cause been established for the willful obstruction. Based on the officer's testimony, the officer never announced why he was stopping him. Mr. Nora had no reason to believe why he was being stopped at that time. The officer did not announce, and so we would submit you can't have obstruction when you don't have a reason to. You don't have to stop because an officer tells you to stop. It needs to usually be a reason. So we submit there was not probable cause for that point, Your Honor. We also submit there is an issue with the drugs. I mean, the officer, to the best of his knowledge, he cannot remember the way these drugs look. He cannot describe them. There's no description in the warrants. There's no descriptions in the police report of the MDMA or the hydrocodone or the alleged penicillin. And so, Your Honor, we would submit that there hasn't been a basis established for the possession of dangerous drugs, the drugs not in original container, as well as the possession of the MDMA, because we had no description of these drugs. And so for all we know, they could have been sugar pills. They could have not. They could have been any other kind of pill. we have no idea. The officer could not really provide a basis for why he knew these pills were, other than maybe in another case he had seen similar type of pills for some of them. So we would submit there's not probable cause as to that. And Your Honor, we would also submit there's not probable cause as to the possession of a knife during the commission of felonies. The officer could not give a proper description of the knife. He said about his index finger, but then he said 4 inches, and his index finger did not appear to be 4 inches either, Your Honor. They did not measure the knife. There's no descriptions of the knife in the warrant. There's no descriptions of the knife in a police report. And so, Your Honor, based on all that, we would submit probable cause has not been established for those factors. Thank you.
Rebuttal.
Just brief rebuttal, Your Honor. We'll submit based on the officer's testimony, he did provide a sufficient basis for the charge possession of knife during commission of a felony. And we would say any other description of the knife would be purely speculative, but I do believe based on officer's testimony, the state has established sufficient probable cause for the possession of knife during commission of a felony. And with respect to the willful obstruction, we would submit in this case the defendant hindered the officers from lawful discharge of their duties when asked to stop based on being in the roadway. That was when the tussle commenced. That was my understanding of the officer's testimony. Again, we do ask that you find probable cause on all charges. Nothing further from the state.
I'm guessing because I wrote it down. I'm guessing he's not considering penicillin the dangerous drug. He's considering the hydro.
His testimony, Your Honor, is he didn't know what his basis was for the drugs in the original container and the dangerous drugs. He didn't recall which one was which or not. So that's why we submit there's not sufficient probable cause.
I believe it was the hydrochlorine.
It was a hydro. Yeah, I never would have said by that because I don't think penicillin falls under a dangerous drug. But right, I found probable cause on possession, manufacture, distribution of marijuana, the MDMA, the cocaine, the firearm or the knife, pedestrian and roadway, drug-related objects. Okay, I guess, drugs not in the original container, possession of drugs, and willful obstruction. Right now, he's got a $25,350 good bond, and it was set December 13th, but we'll just go ahead and hear it. That way it won't get thrown on a night calendar too quickly. Let's see, he's been in there 144 days. Bostic, you ready?
I'm ready. Can y'all hear me?
What?
Yes.
Okay. He has 5 arrests. Conviction is 05 armed robbery, 2 counts, firearm during. Sentenced to 10 years confinement, 5 years probation. Next arrest wasn't until 2019 for theft by shoplifting. Nothing further.
All right. Ms. Alfarasi.
Thank you, Your Honor. My client, let's get at the podium. Your Honor, my client, Mr. Well, he's been in custody now. I believe it's 120 something. 144. So even longer than I initially thought, Your Honor, because this case has been reset. This is the 3rd time we've been here today, Your Honor, for a prelim. He's been in custody 144 days without an indictment, Your Honor. We do have a good address for him. That is the same address in the system. That is in Hateville, Georgia. He is a father of 3 children. 2 of them do live in the state. He does have family in the area. I've been in contact with his family prior to. They did come to previous preliminary hearings, but because of the amount of times it got reset, Your Honor, they did not appear today. But he does have family in the area. He has at least 2 brothers in the area that I've been in contact with, as well as his child's mother. Your Honor, we're going to ask you to reduce his bond to $15,000 total. He cannot make the bond as set as it is. He's no means to do it. Even $15,000, we're not entirely sure that's even doable, but at least if we bring it down more, that's a better number for him and his family to work towards to try to post a bond. And so, Your Honor, we would ask if you do reduce his bond to 15. Thank you.
On the system, it's got Sim Street in Atlanta. Is that where he?
Yes, yeah, 33 3331 Sims Street in apartment 16 in Hateville, Georgia. He's lived at that apartment for about 7 years, Your Honor.
Is there a drug
We
issue, maybe,
we
issue?
do believe there might be some drug issues in targeting this case. I've already done a social worker request. We have a social worker actively working, trying to get him into a facility. It's just, as you know, Your Honor, it's hard to get people into facilities, especially drug-related ones. And if you do get them, it takes a lot of time and there's a lot of process. So I do know our social worker, Lee Hanson, he had been working on that. I know he's trying to apply Mr. Noel to different programs, but as of right now, from my understanding, he has not been accepted anywhere yet.
Okay. All right. What says the state?
Yes, Judge. We would submit that the 2,500, the 25,350. That's why I have good bond is fair and reasonable, given the nature of these charges. We do understand the armed robbery conviction is dated. It does concern the state, however, and the last arrest being May 9th of 2019. We will submit that is recent. So with respect to Ayala, we'll submit there is a risk of reoffending pending trial, significant risk and significant danger posed to the police officers involved, as well as other drivers on the road and in the proximity of the 50 Alabama Street, particularly given the nature of these substances and the amounts, significant number of pills, 81 plus the 81.4 grams of marijuana. And there is an intent to distribute here, cocaine. But we'll leave any modification in Your Honor's sound discretion.
All right. Yeah, just for the robbery charge. I mean, that was a conviction from, I believe, 2006. So we're talking about an old charge here. Just in the grand perspective, it's not like he committed the armed robbery last year. What we're talking with.
How old is this kid?
He has 3 children, Your Honor. He has 2 adult children. They're in their 20s, and I believe he has a 4-year-old. 1 second. She's a 4-year-old daughter as well.
Okay. All right. Well, sir, if you don't do this for yourself, get control of yourself for your child. You got to do that. All right. So I'm going to modify what I set the other bond. So it'd be no drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. Stay away from 50 Alabama Street in Atlanta, Georgia. I still got you on an ankle monitor with a 24-hour curfew. Court, lawyer, medical, and employment, or any addiction counseling that Ms. Alfarasi gets you into. And we'll modify it if he's going to go live in a.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll once that happens, I'll be happy to send a consent bond to Mr. Norwood and
the inpatient, yeah. But you have to submit to Ms. Alfarasi the name of your employer, proof of employment schedule, and the location you'll be working. If you get a schedule weekly, then you have to do that weekly, right? But you're going to have to stay at home. So if you change where you're living, you need to let Ms. Alfarasi know and the ankle monitoring company so that they can do that. Let's see what else we got. I don't know if there are any holds, but if there are any holds, you'll have 48 hours to have that ankle monitor placed on your ankle once you get released from a hold, if by chance there's any out there. I kind of like to put that on there in case there ends up popping up a hold. So for count 1, I'll make that 3,000. Count 2, 2,000. Count 3, 3,000. Count 4, 7,000. Count 5. Okay, I had it at $50. I'll make it $25. Count 6, $50. Count 7, $50. Count 8, $50. And count 9, 1,000. All right, with all those conditions. Best of luck to you, sir. Eric, come on up, officer. We'll get Stanley Hardiman.
Yes, Judge.
Yeah, come on.
We'll call out Sheriff Blue for our position. My position number 7, but Hardiman.
Yeah, number 7, Stanley Hardiman.
Thank you, Your Honor. That concludes my business today. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. See you this evening if you're there.
I'll see you tonight, Your Honor.
All right. All right, you raise your right hand. You swear if her testimony about to give is truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I swear.
All right, you can sit down and state your name, spell it for the court reporter.
It's Deputy Gary, last name Blue, B-L-U-E.
All right. Wait on them to come out here.
Yes, line. I was like, you know, it's like such a like,
Leave it alone.
Mr. Joe, I don't know if you've already taken care of this, but it shows up as a probation revocation from Judge Kraus
Oh,
that was issued October 22nd,
Judge.
October 27th, sorry.
October 27th? Okay.
October 27th. I don't know if that's been heard on that, but.
Thank you so much. I'll check. Hey, Mr. Hardman.
After Blue, we have one
Good, how
for
are you?
Jerome Daniel.
All right, this is a position 7, Bostic. It's Stanley Bernard Hardiman, 22 CP 213451, 150 days without indictment, unlawful for an inmate to possess any controlled substance, drug, gun, or dangerous weapon. 150 days without indictment. He's already got a bond, but we'll address it after the prelim.
Should go. Maybe one of them comes though.
And like I said, Mr. Cho, so I just told Mr. Cho that there's a probation revocation warrant that's showing up on Odyssey for Judge Kraus. I'm not sure if he's handled it, but he'll check in on it, okay? Go ahead, Counsel. Mr. Norwood.
Yes, Judge. Good day to you. Is it Deputy Blue?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here. Could you please introduce yourself to the court? Where are you currently employed?
Yes, sir. My name is Deputy G. Blue. I'm with the Fulton County Sheriff Office.
How long have you been with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with Fulton County Sheriff Office as of June the 23rd of 2021.
Okay. What are your duties with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. I am a jail deputy. I currently run a housing unit, monitor inmates and provide essential needs that the inmates may need in regards to food, making sure that they are secured within the housing unit.
All right. Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, sir. I have Doherty County Sheriff Office in Albany, Georgia, where I was a jailer in the intake area.
All right. Are you post-certified?
Yes, sir.
Were you post-certified on the date of this incident, October 23rd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the court about the incident that occurred on October 23rd, 2022? How did your investigation of Stanley Hardiman begin that day?
Yes, sir. I was not the initial arresting officer. I was actually called to scene because Mr. Hardiman had been found to be in possession of some illegal items that were not administered by us at the Fulton County Jail.
Okay. And what were those? What were those items?
Okay, Mr. Hardiman possessed a 3 round pills, white in color, and he also possessed a baggie, roughly about an ounce or so or less of a green leafy substance.
Where did he possess these items?
He had those items on his person.
All right. Where was he when they were found on his person?
I don't recall exactly where they were found on his person, but he was to be housing those items. He was housing those items for someone else.
Okay, and this incident took place at the jail?
Yes, sir.
What's the address of the jail?
It's 901 Rice Street, Atlanta, Georgia, 31018.
Is that in Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
All right. Upon your arrival, what did you see?
Upon my arrival, Mr. Hardiman was already in handcuffs and placed into what we call the 800 zone or the recreation zone. The items were presented to me. Once again, they were 3 pills, round, white in color, and that leafy substance. And I then went ahead and asked Mr. Hardiman, was he aware of what those items were? He then began to indicate that they were Percocet and marijuana.
What happened before you arrived?
There was an incident in the housing unit where Mr. Hardiman is housed.
What was that incident?
There was a disturbance that prompted a search between Mr. Hardiman and another inmate.
And upon that search, based on that incident, that's when these substances were found in his person?
Yes, sir.
Did you conduct the search?
No, sir.
Who conducted the search?
It was Sergeant Heath and Lieutenant Lee.
Okay. And they told you that they found these substances on this person?
Yes, sir.
Was Hardiman Mirandized?
I don't recall him being Mirandized, no, sir.
Okay. But he was already in handcuffs prior to your arrival.
Right.
So that could have already happened.
Right.
And you saw the green leafy substance and the 3 colored pills?
Yes, sir.
Who presented them to you?
Lieutenant Lee presented me with those.
And so, I didn't mean to cut you off. Could you finish?
Yes, my lieutenant at that time presented me with those items.
Okay. How did you identify the suspect?
How did I identify the suspect?
Or confirm the identity?
Of the pills?
Of the suspect.
Of the suspect? He was already in custody when I arrived, so.
Okay. Do you see the person in the courtroom who was identified as a suspect today? You can stand up.
All right, everybody can take their masks down.
Can you describe where he or she is sitting and what he or she is wearing?
Yes, sir. He's sitting over there on the left with the salt and pepper goatee and low brush cut.
Okay. Thank you. You can have a seat now. Your Honor, may the record reflect that the officer has identified the defendant, Stanley Hardiman.
All right, noted. You can put your mask back on.
And just very briefly, how did you know these substances were what they, how did you know what the substances were?
Based on my knowledge and experience, I did not attempt to classify those items. I went solely based on what was the testimony of Mr. Hardiman in regards to what those items were.
And the sergeant and lieutenant also told you what they suspected items were?
No, sir. We just went ahead and just classified them as the 3 round pills,
okay,
white in color, and the leafy substance.
Okay. Where did this take place? In the Fulton County Jail facility?
Yes, sir. It was on 3 South, Zone 200.
Okay. Is there any reason for anybody in the Fulton County Jail facility to have these items on their person? The green leafy substance and the 3 pills?
No, sir.
There's no authorization at all?
No, sir.
And they were found directly on this person?
Correct.
And you were post-certified on this date?
Correct.
No further questions for this witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Blue.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for being here. This was initially a fight in the dorm, basically?
Correct.
If you know, was anyone charged in that fight?
I'm not sure if anyone was charged in that fight, sir.
Okay. And
I don't recall, sorry.
That's okay. I appreciate that. And you were called out specifically because of contraband that was found?
Correct.
If you know, was this prior to the new X-ray machines being installed at the jail?
Yes, sir. This is before we received the new X-ray machine, correct?
Okay. And this was a time period where there was a lot of different contraband at the jail. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. This is also the time period where a lot of stabbings were occurring at the jail. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. When you arrived, you said that Mr. Hardiman was already in handcuffs.
Correct.
Okay. And he cooperated with you?
Yes, sir. He was cooperative.
Okay. And he acknowledged that the items that were alleged illegal items were found on or near him?
Yes, sir.
He also told you that, I mean, let me say it like this. How long did you speak with him for?
I spoke with him roughly probably about a minute or two.
Okay. Is that conversation recorded on body camera by any chance?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is it normal procedure for you to have body camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was there any video of when the alleged contraband was recovered, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir. We do have video surveillance of the housing unit.
Okay. Do you know if any of that video was downloaded or saved in any kind of way for discovery?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure in regards to if anything was saved.
Okay, fair enough. And to the best of your knowledge, was the recovery of the alleged contraband on video?
I'm suspecting yes, because there are roughly about 2 cameras in that housing unit.
Okay. Was Sergeant Heath and Lieutenant Lee, were they involved in the fight portion of this or the contraband portion of this?
Both.
Oh, both. Okay. So were they the leads on the alleged fight that occurred at the jail?
Correct.
I see. Okay. And they were the ones who informed you about the contraband as well?
Yes, sir. Because Sergeant Heath, which would be the lead officer in regards to the search, she's a detention officer and they're not able to charge at that capacity.
I see. So you also are a deputy at the jail?
Yes, sir.
And you have the authority to make charging decisions?
Yes, sir.
I see. Okay. Okay. I appreciate that. When you spoke with Mr. Hardiman, he relayed to you that he was forced to hold on to these contrabands for anyone else. Is that right?
No, sir. He did not indicate that he was forced to hold on to those items. He stated that he was holding those items because he was paid commissary because he was not making store.
Oh, I see. Holding items. Okay. Is that a common activity at 901 Rice Street?
I don't recall. I mean, if it would be a common practice, I mean, I can't say yes or no to that because I'm not 100% sure or speak in regards to that.
That's okay. I appreciate your candor. Let me say it like this. Working at Dougherty Sheriff's Office previously and also at 901 Rice Street now, have you seen instances of I guess basically other folks holding things for other people?
Yes, I've seen instances where they would hold things for other people.
Okay. Were you able to determine who might have originally had ownership of the alleged contraband in this case?
I don't really recall the name of the person that Mr. Hardiman had provided. Yeah, I'm not really able to confirm who he was holding it for.
Okay. Just so I'm clear, and I'm not trying to be obnoxious. Was a name given and you don't recall the name, or do you not recall?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there was a name given. I just don't recall the name.
Okay. And do you know if anything else occurred upon the name being given?
No, sir.
Okay, fair enough. And beyond everything we've discussed and you've testified to with the state, was there any other law enforcement activity or investigation in regards to this case?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Do you know, is marijuana submitted for drug lab testing still?
Once I got those items, I did go ahead and provide that information or those items to evidence. So I'm not sure if they do the drug testing. I just write out what I presume it to be. Once again, which were to be the 3 round pills, white in color, and the green leafy substance.
Fair enough. And as far as the 3 round pills that were white in color, were there any other distinguishing marks to say that they were Percocet versus Tylenol, for instance?
No, sir. I did not attempt to determine what those pills were. I only characterized it based on what was described to me by Mr. Hardiman.
Okay.
Indicated that they were Percocet.
Okay. And no lab result yet for those pills?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, fair enough. And last question, I appreciate you. Did Mr. Hardiman tell you that the reason for his belief as to what these the alleged pills were was because the other person told him that?
No, sir, he did not tell me that. He just indicated when I asked him if he was aware of what those brown pills were or the leafy substance, he indicated that he said, yes, these are Percocets, and the green leafy substance was identified by Mr. Hardiman as being marijuana.
Okay, I apologize. I do have one more question, Deputy Blue. Based on your knowledge, training, experience, did it appear as though Mr. Hardiman was under the influence of any marijuana?
No, sir, it did not appear that he may have been under any influence at that time.
Same question for Percocet, same answer?
You said same question for the Percocet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And no one smelled burnt marijuana in on 3 North or 3 South, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Any more?
No further questions for this witness. May Deputy Blue be excused?
Yes, Deputy. Be safe getting home.
Thank you.
Get some rest.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, go ahead with the argument.
The state will submit on the evidence subject to rebuttal.
Defense will submit.
All right, we'll find probable cause on unlawful for jail inmate to possess any controlled substance, drug, gun, or dangerous weapon. All right, so right now there's a $5,000 good bond as of October the 25th. Wow.
Judge, what initially brought the defendant into custody, he received time served, extensive criminal history. That was a theft by shoplifting, by the way. 67 prior arrests, at least 5 felonies going back to the 80s, capital CWAC conviction, and burglary, prior old assault, controlled substance, theft by taking burglaries, at least 11 probation violations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 convictions for theft by shoplifting. Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to, for Mr. Hardiman, he's 54, 1059 Oglethorpe Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, 30310, apartment 521 is the address for Mr. Hardiman.
Is that in Atlanta?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay.
30310. No, it's okay. It's okay. Unemployed, was previously working for a labor pool, 10th grade education, single, no children. We acknowledge that there's some history. There's also some diagnoses as well, which may contribute to that. Judge, I think this is a easy case to process, time served at some point. Notwithstanding that Mr. Hardiman was not the original smuggler or the person that initially had the substances, we acknowledge, the charge in this case and that it was contraband. Well, if the test comes back dispositively, we'll defer to the court as to any kind of bond.
All right, what says the state?
Yes, Judge, we'll submit $5,000. Good bond is fair and reasonable. With respect to the allegations, there is significant danger. The allegations in the there is significant danger posed to the other inmates at the Fulton County Jail facility, as well as the Fulton County Sheriffs. Does seem to be significant risk of reoffending pending trial should the defendant make bond. And given the nature of the criminal history, the risk of not returning to the jurisdiction to face the charges. But we'll leave any modification in Your Honor's discretion and ask that all or any conditions from the previous bond order remain.
All right, let's see. I think I'll put on there's no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons on this one. Because I can't say stay away from Rice Street. This is where you are, sir. If I did that, they just have to.
You'd have no objection.
All right. I'll reduce it from $5,000 to $3,500. Best of luck to you, sir.
We have Officer
I'm gonna walk with you.
Howard here on position for one of the Jerome Daniel cases. I am still awaiting an update on the other Officer Stone on the other Jerome Daniel case, but I did just receive a text that Officer Forston on the 2 Dwayne Hanks case will be here in 30 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's only got one of the Jerome Daniel cases?
Yes, he only has one.
Okay. Which one does he have? Well, they're both burglary.
It's the theft by taking with the second
Okay.
charge, 22
Position
CP
4.
213-381.
All right. So then he's got position 4, Ms. Pinto.
Okay, thank you.
Officer Stone apparently will also be here in 30 minutes.
Oh, so they'll both be here in 30 minutes?
Yes.
All right.
All right.
What's that? Oh. See you, Mr. Cho. Have a good evening. We'll see you this evening if you're there.
Hey, Mr. Daniel. I'm good. Thank you.
You need up here too? Okay. All right. Hold on. One second. Wait. Does the checks the I want to kick them off the floor. You kick them. It is a kick. That's why I try to sit everywhere else. All right. This is position 4. The officer for position 3 is not here yet, boss. But it's going to be Jerome Donardo Daniel, 22 CP 213381, 98 days without indictment. You got burglary in the second degree and theft by taking. Go ahead. Officer, raise your right hand. You swear for testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. You put your hand down. If you don't mind, state and spell your name for the court reporter.
All right. It's Investigator Benjamin Howard. Last name is Howard, Howard.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Norwood.
Yes, Judge. Good day, Investigator Howard. Thank you for being here. Could you please introduce yourself to the court? Where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
How long have you been employed there?
Since 2012.
What are your duties with the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm currently assigned to the property crime section, larceny unit, investigate thefts, frauds, things of that nature.
All right. Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Not prior to my employment with the City of Atlanta.
Okay. Are you post-certified?
I am.
Were you post-certified on September 27, 2022, the date of this incident?
I was.
Can you describe, or can you tell the court about the incident that occurred on that date, September 27, 2022? How did your investigation begin of Jerome Daniel?
It actually started on October 20th of 2022.
Yes.
When I was raised by zone units about a package thief that they had in custody at 425 Chapel. So I responded to that scene along with my partner, Investigator Wareham. And while on scene, I met with the responding officers as well as a sergeant named Sergeant Crump. And he advised me that he believed that the person that they had in custody, who was caught on camera at 425 Chapel stealing packages, he advised me that he also believed he was responsible for the September 27th incident at the same location. Sergeant Crump showed me some photographs from surveillance footage of the theft from September 27th. I looked at that, and I looked at the suspect they had in custody, Mr. Daniel, and it did appear to possibly be the same person. Mr. Daniel was read his Miranda warnings by Investigator Wareham. He agreed to speak with us. During our conversation, I showed him a photograph that was the photograph that was provided me by Sergeant Crump, and he did state that he remembered that day. And we kind of went into further detail about why he was, doing what he was doing. And I think he said something to the effect of there was some drug use going on with him and that he was a father and it was just kind of hard on him and everything like that. After comparing the video footage that was obtained from September 27th and the video footage from October 20th, the MO was pretty much exactly the same. The way the entry was made into the mailroom, and that was done with looked like a little metal rod that was kind of shoved in the door handle there, which allowed him to gain access to that control area. And then once inside, he was caught on camera taking packages from the mailroom. Some of those packages belong to the victim. In this case, let's see here. Her name is Jai Farrell, and she's the original reporting party from the event of September 27th, which was in fact reported prior to the October 20th event.
Right. What is the address of this incident location?
425 Chapel.
Is that in Fulton County?
It is.
So you were called to the scene on October 20th with respect to a separate incident, but you reviewed surveillance footage related to the September 27th incident.
Correct.
Can you describe what you saw on that surveillance footage, just like a image of the suspect?
I'm sorry. Are you asking me to describe the suspect or the actions that happened?
You can do both.
Suspect appeared to be tall, slender, kind of long dreadlocks, wearing a book bag. I think he had sandals on too. And he's got a small, thin, I'm not really sure what it is, some sort of tool that's being utilized to enter into the mailroom. Once he's in the mailroom, he starts to select packages to take.
And how much were those packages worth?
Can I refer to the warrant for the description of the packages, please?
Yes, you may. You can look down at your notes to refresh your recollection, but you can't read from your report.
That's fine. I don't have a copy of the warrant.
I have a copy of the warrant.
On my computer. He'll hand you his.
All right. I'll let you take a look at it.
Thank you. All right. Packages containing shoes, which were the property of the reporting party or the victim, Jai Farrell, and those were valued less than $1,500.
Did you speak with Ms. Farrell?
I did.
Did she say anything about giving authority to Jerome Daniel to take her packages out of the mailroom?
No.
Does anybody live in the mailroom?
No.
Can you describe where this mailroom is in relation to the apartments?
My understanding is that it's actually part of the apartment. It is it's not open to the public. It appears to be part of the building itself, which has access to the stairwell and the mailroom.
So people live in the building where this mailroom is?
They live at 425 Chapel. The mailroom is the mailroom for 425 Chapel, thus the burglary in the second charge.
Okay. Okay. And you saw this defendant on the camera with a tool to enter into this mailroom?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. With respect to the suspect you identified, how did you confirm the identity of the suspect?
He was identified at the time of the arrest. That information was provided by the arresting officer.
Okay. Do you see the person in the courtroom who was identified as the suspect today? You can stand up.
Everybody remove your mask.
Can you describe where he or she is sitting and what he or she is wearing?
Okay. Black male, dreadlocks, approximate shoulder length, blue jumpsuit.
All right. Thank you. You can have a seat. Your Honor, may the record reflect that the officer has identified the defendant, Jerome Daniel.
Noted. You put your mask back on.
All right. And just a few more questions. I'm just trying to get a better description of the location. Is there any reason, why did you not charge burglary in the first degree?
Because the mailroom is not a dwelling. It's a location for the mail. The actual mailroom itself is not where somebody lives.
But the room is in a larger building where people live?
Correct.
Okay.
Or a part of that building, yeah.
Okay. And people who live in that apartment building can all access this mailroom by going downstairs?
Correct. They would need to have access to it.
And this defendant, he did not have any authority to be in that mailroom?
None that I'm aware of.
Did you verify his address?
No, I don't have his address with me now.
Are you aware of him being an employee of this apartment complex?
No.
Okay. Were there any other complaining witnesses or victims?
I can't testify. I'm not sure.
Okay. But you did speak to the victim here, Ms. Farrell?
Yes, I did speak with her over the phone.
And you saw this defendant on camera taking packages that belong to Ms. Farrell outside of that mailroom?
Yes. Or he's taking packages that he's boxing them up, taking them out.
And this, he was taking.
He's just taking packages from the mailroom.
From the mailroom. Okay. And he had a black backpack on this person? On the 20th?
I'm not sure about the description of the backpack.
Okay. Again, we're talking about an incident on September 27th. When was that reported?
On September 27th.
Okay. And when you were following up on an October 20th incident, that's when you also looked into the September 27th incident?
Yes, I was made aware on scene by Sergeant Crump that he believed that he was the same suspect from the September 27th incident.
And you Mirandize the defendant?
Repeat the question.
Did you Mirandize the defendant?
No, Investigator Wareham did.
Okay. Did the defendant make any statements?
Yes, yes.
What was said?
Objection, Judge. This has been asked and answered.
I don't think it was directly asked or directly answered.
We said he didn't Mirandize him. You want to know if he asked him any questions?
No, he was Mirandized.
Oh, okay, but you didn't do it.
Yeah.
I did not read him the Miranda warning.
Yeah,
It was done by
another
Investigator
investigator
Wareham.
did. Right.
I'm just asking.
So you want to know what he said
Yes.
after he was Mirandized? Okay.
Yeah.
He's already asked that, Judge, and the witness has already testified to what the suspect said.
Anything else you need to add?
No.
That's okay. We'll just we'll wrap it up, Your Honor. Was there any other and were there any other people involved on the scene when you arrived with respect to entering this mailroom?
Can you rephrase it? I'm sorry.
Was there anybody else involved to your knowledge?
As any co-defendants?
And anybody else?
No.
Okay. It was just this defendant with the packages.
Correct.
Leaving the mailroom on the surveillance video. And you were post-certified on this date.
Correct.
All right. No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Pinto?
Thank you, Judge. Permission to remain seated?
Sure.
All right, Investigator Howard, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you testified that you responded on October 20th, correct?
Correct.
And you responded with your partner?
Correct.
And what was the name? What is your partner's name?
Investigator Wareham, D. Wareham.
Can you spell that for the record?
I believe it's Wareham.
Okay, and then when you arrived on scene, you testified that there was a sergeant already on scene?
Correct.
And what's the name for the sergeant?
Crump, C-R-U-M-P.
And these are both Atlanta Police Department officers?
Yes.
Okay, and according to your testimony on direct, the one victim is Jay Farrell. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
And the package that was taken was shoes?
Correct.
And what type of shoes were those?
I can't recall.
You never saw the shoes yourself?
No, ma'am.
And you said that the September 27th incident was reported on September 27th?
Correct.
And by whom was it reported?
SPO Edie and Officer Dominique.
Well, I guess the question, what I mean is who called 911?
The victim, Ms. Jai Farrell.
Okay, and did you yourself speak with the alleged victim?
I did not speak with the victim until October 20th, or it may have been the day after. I'm not sure. I think it was October 20th. Yes, when I spoke with her over the phone. I didn't speak with her at the time that the initial report was generated.
Okay, and that phone conversation, was that recorded?
I don't think so.
And you testified that the identification of the suspect was provided by the arresting officer?
Correct.
And was that Officer Howard?
No, I'm Howard.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who's the arresting officer?
Officer Stone.
Stone. And did Officer Stone explain to you how that identification was made?
No. He may have. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. Just to be totally clear.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I don't know if he told me how he did it or not. That's something he would have to testify to. I'm not sure.
Okay. And regarding the package, was that found to be in Mr. Daniels' possession?
Okay, are you talking about the shoes or are you talking about the packages from the 20th?
So right now we're talking about the 27th, so the shoes.
No, those were not recovered.
And you testified to security footage that's from the apartment complex?
Yes,
And is that in evidence?
it is.
And were you using body cam on the date?
On scene, if I was in my dress clothes, which I normally am, I do not wear my body camera, but I do ensure that an officer with body camera is recording my interactions. So there will be body camera footage.
Okay, so you don't think you were wearing body cam, but you think another officer had body cam?
Correct.
Do you know which officer?
It would have been either Officer Stone or Investigator Wareham.
And the interview of Mr. Daniel, was that recorded?
Yes, I believe so. On body camera.
And is the body cam in evidence?
Yes.
And I just want to confirm, this all allegedly happened in the mailroom, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is not an area in which anyone lives.
Correct.
And it's not designed for anyone to live there.
Correct.
If I could have one moment, Judge.
Sure.
And you reviewed the security footage?
I did.
Do you see the suspect speaking with anyone else? Or was speaking with anyone? I'm sorry.
I don't recall that, no.
So he's the only person on the security footage?
From the 27th, that's the only person I saw when I watched it.
Okay, nothing further at this time, Judge.
All right, anything else?
Just very, very briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you, when you spoke to Ms. Farrell, did she advise that where she lives in connection with the mailroom?
I don't recall that, no.
Did she perhaps, or did she live in the same building as the mailroom?
I believe she did. Her address is 425 Chapel.
Okay, and that's only one building with one mail room.
Correct. I mean, she didn't, I don't remember her directly telling me her address over the phone. No, I think her listed address, I do believe, is 425 Chapel. Do you want me to refer to my notes to confirm that?
You can.
I don't have that written down in this report, at least.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate your testimony. No further questions for the
Anything else, Ms. Pinto?
No, Judge.
May Investigator Howard be excused?
Yes, thanks. Investigator, stay safe out there.
Thank you.
All right, argument.
Yes, Judge. One moment. Oh, here you go.
And a different officer's coming in on the other case.
Yes.
Okay.
Appreciate you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Yes, the state, we ask that you find, if so inclined, burglary in the first degree here. We believe burglary in the second degree is sufficiently established here, but with respect to the officer's testimony describing that the mailroom was a part of a building meant to, or a portion thereof of a building where people live, particularly the victim. She was an apartment dweller at 425 Chapel Street Southwest. We would submit this as that probable cause for burglary in the first degree was sufficiently established by the officer's testimony. Nothing further from the state.
Ms. Pinto?
Thank you, Judge. Dwelling is defined as a building that is designed or intended for occupancy for residential use. The officer testified at least twice that the building was not, the mailroom itself is not, no one lives in the mailroom. It's not designed to be residential. And he also testified that he is unsure of the alleged victim's address and whether she resides at 425 Chapel or not. So we would submit on the evidence for the charges as they currently are charged, burglary in the second and theft by taking misdemeanor.
All right, let's see.
And if I could just add, Judge, he also testified that residents require additional access into the mailroom. So that's further separating it from any residential portions.
We would just submit a mailroom as a portion thereof, a building designed for occupancy.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading now. This means a building or structure or portion thereof which is designed or intended to occupy for residential use. One second, let me see this. All right, yeah, it says here, I was reading this case from 2020, from
I was looking-
2002.
Okay.
It says a storage shelter shelters accessibility from a main building, rendered shelter as part of the main building in purpose of 1671. Storage of valuable goods or shelters relevant to the business or shelters inaccessibility to public when the business was secured, rendered sheltered building under statute, and the unauthorized removal from the shelter with the intent to commit felonies, theft, was subject for burglary prosecution.
What is that case, Your Honor?
It's Garrett v. State, 259 Georgia App 870. It's 578 Southeast 2nd 460. So, okay, I'll go ahead and upgrade it, I think, to burglary in the first.
Thank you. Yes, yes.
And theft by taking.
That was the one I was actually, I thought she said 2000. I'd say it's 2002. I thought
2002, yeah. So I'll find probable cause update to burglary in the first. He's been 98 days without indictment. He's got a $12,500 good bond as of October the 22nd. Pre-trial.
In regards to the defendant judge, he doesn't have any felony convictions, but he has another, appears to has another open burglary in Brookhaven.
And he's got another one on here.
And he has another one here. He took he hasn't had a misdemeanor shoplifting back in 2015.
All right.
Nothing further.
Ms. Pinto?
One felony was dismissed back in 2017.
All right. Ms. Pinto?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Daniel is 25 years old. He's lived in the Atlanta area his entire life. He has an 11th grade education, and he's currently trying to get into the jail GED program. Mr. Daniel was homeless at the time of his arrest. We're currently working on getting him into a program, something ideally that would treat residential, that would provide residents and then treat both mental health and substance abuse. Mr. Daniel did grow up in the foster system, Judge, and he's not currently receiving any kind of mental health treatment or medication at the jail. He's been stabbed twice at the jail. This is an entirely unsafe situation for him, both physically and mentally. At the time of his arrest, despite being residentially challenged, he was working at a package store cleaning up for them. He thinks he could go back to that if we can get him out. He's not a flight risk, Judge. He has no failures to appear. He has no funds to flee. He is not at risk to commit any felonies if released. He has no felony convictions, nor is he on probation or parole. So the only way we can get Mr. Daniel out is through the bail project. So we are asking the court to set a $5,000 total, which would be $2,500 on this case. So once we have a program and a safe place for him to go, we can utilize the bail project.
Ms. Pinto, can you ask your client if he aged out through the juvenile system and whether or not he signed himself out, or did he decide to stay in custody of the juvenile court system? Because he could have gotten a lot of services that way, unless they decide to.
So I know that he did participate in one of the programs through DFACS for former foster youth, Covenant House. Yeah. Covenant House.
Did you sign yourself out and say, I don't want to stay in anymore?
I thought you lost it. Okay, so he signed himself out and then he went to Covenant House, which he was referred to by DFACS, I assume.
Yeah, because you can say, I don't want to remain under your care anymore or get help.
Right. Unfortunately, at this time, he's aged out of anything, as far as I can tell.
Well, when you're there, you can get help for a long time. Once you're in the foster care system, if you age out as an adult, you can stay under their care for a good long while if you decide not to sign yourself out. But all right, what says the state?
Yes, Judge. With respect to Ayala, the state is concerned about the significant danger posed to the property of Ms. J. Farrell, as well as other occupants of 425 Chapel Street Southwest. Given the number of open cases, the additional case on this calendar from the same location, the state is concerned about the significant danger of reoffending pending trial should a defendant make bond. We will leave any modification in your Honor's discretion, but we do request to stay away from this incident location and no further contact with any resident of 425 Chapel Street Southwest.
All right, you got another case. So on this one, I'll do 5,000 on count 1, 2,000 on count 2. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. Stay away from 425 Chapel Street Southwest in Atlanta, Georgia. No further contact with J.A.I. Farrell, Ferrell. You're going to have an ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew. Court, lawyer, medical, and work. As long as you provide the name of your employer, proof of employment, your schedule, and the exact location you'll be working. You'll have 48 hours to have that ankle monitor placed on you in case something happens with that Brookhaven case. If they revoke, then you can come back and get that put on. And then, Ms. Pinto, he can also participate in any addiction counseling or mental health counseling that you get him into.
Okay, Judge. Regarding the ankle monitor, if he's residentially challenged, I'm not sure where he's supposed to be charged that.
I didn't get a chance to look at my body cam. Aren't you trying to find him, social services trying to find him housing?
We're trying, Judge, yes, but.
We have the officer on position 3 here as well.
On the other one?
Yeah.
Okay,
And then also if there's a curfew, at what address would he be required to stay at if he doesn't have an address?
well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, we get a lot of people that have that, but usually they get an address. You got to have something to like send notices and stuff too. I don't know how you're supposed to get in touch with him. If he gets out and it doesn't work, Ms. Pinto, send it back to me and I'll modify it.
Okay.
If you can't find anything. Looks like the officer's here though on position 3. So the other case for Mr. Daniel. So that's 22CP213354, Jerome Donardo Daniel. It's burglary in the 2nd degree, possession of drug-like objects, 98 days without indictment. Officer, you want to come on down?
Yes, state calls Officer Stone.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm that the testimony and or statement you about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
You lower your right hand, have a seat, get justice on the microphone. State your first and last name with the spelling of both for the court.
First name's Matthew, last name Stone. Matthew spelled Mattthew. Last name is Stone, spelled Stone.
Good day or good afternoon, Officer Stone. Appreciate you being here. Could you please introduce yourself to the court? Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Atlanta Police Department on Zone 5 Evening Watch.
All right. What are your duties with Atlanta Police Department on the Zone 5 watch?
I'm a patrol officer, so my main duties are to respond to 911 calls, as well as doing self-initiated stops or anything like that if I see a crime being committed while I'm doing my 911 calls.
All right. Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Not before APD, no.
All right. Are you post-certified?
Yes, sir.
Were you post-certified on the date of this incident, October 20th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you tell the court about the incident that occurred on October 20th, 2022? How did your investigation of Jerome Daniel begin?
So I don't believe we actually had a 911 call at the time. We had a off-duty sergeant come over the radio requesting another unit. He had been flagged down by somebody that lived at a apartment complex nearby. The person who flagged him down stated that he witnessed a male
steal 2 packages from the mailroom, which is also a locked mailroom. You need either a key fob or something to get in, or else the doors were typically locked. And then he pointed that person out to the off-duty sergeant, whose name's Sergeant Crump, while that he was leaving the scene. So Officer Crump was off duty. He had no uniform on or anything like that. He was just known in the community as, you know, an officer. So they went and got him. Another unit showed up before I arrived. I believe it was another sergeant. I'm going a little bit off my memory right now. I wasn't able to read the full report yet.
You can refer to the report, you just can't read from it. So if you need to refresh your memory about anything, you feel free to look down, just don't read from the report.
Okay, I got you.
Or the warrants.
I just can't read the report verbatim. Okay. Yes, but he got into a short conversation with the suspect just to keep him in one spot until we could arrive. Once I arrived, I believe the suspect was already detained. Basically, after being told all that, he did have 2 packages on his person. Both packages were labeled for 2 victims that stayed in that apartment complex he was seen leaving from. We were able to get contact numbers for both of them, contacted them on scene. They said that they did not ask anybody to pick up their packages for them, anything like that, and the packages were clearly marked for them. When the suspect was asked, why did he have the packages, I believe he responded, I'm picking them up for my girl, something along those lines. One of the packages was addressed to a male, one was addressed to a female. Both stated that they did not know him or anything about him. Investigator Wareham was called to the scene. He's a general crimes investigator. He came by, and we also got in touch with the building manager, who stated that the suspect had been seen around the location several times and had taken packages at different times, and provided us with a video of the suspect entering the door locked with a key fob. He had used like some kind of tool to get through the hinge on the door in that video.
All right. What was the incident location?
Can I?
Yes.
Okay, cool. It was, I believe, sorry, it's not a location on my beat, so it doesn't just jump out on me.
That's fine.
262. Wait a second. No, that's him. I'm sorry. That's our suspects. 425 Chapel Street.
Is that in Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
All right. After you arrived on scene, what happened after the suspect was detained and arrested? Was he searched?
Yes. We always search suspects before we put them in the back of our cars or anything else like that.
Did the search reveal anything?
What was it? We found something. It was it was, I'm still trying to remember. It was like a drug. I think it was glass pipes. Once again, I'd be much better if I could review my body camera footage. I know I can't right now, but I know he had some sort of drug related objects on him. I believe they were like glass pipes that people typically use to smoke crack cocaine in.
And you, and that's based on your training, knowledge, and experience?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to the witness, what was the witness's name who saw this male enter the mailroom?
The witness that flagged down Sergeant Crump?
Yes.
Brandon Ramsey, I believe.
Okay. Did you see any surveillance footage that showed this defendant entering the mailroom?
Yes, I did view footage of the mail using some sort of device to get through the key fob lock door to get into the mailroom.
So it did either Brandon Ramsey or anything you saw in surveillance indicate that this defendant had authorization to enter the mailroom?
No, the mail, he had no, nothing, he had no items on him besides those 2 packages that had the address on it. His ID did not have 425 Chapel Street as his address. And I believe after he said he was picking up the packages for his girl, we could not reach this supposed female he was seeing at the scene or anything like that.
How was the suspect identified?
I believe he told us his name. Either he told us his name or we got his ID after we placed him under arrest because he had his wallet with him.
Okay. Do you see the person in the courtroom today who was identified as a suspect?
Everybody remove their masks.
Yes. You can stand up. And can you describe where he or she is sitting and what he or she is wearing?
He's sitting over there with the black shirt, long dreads, dark skinned male.
All right. You can have a seat now. Your Honor, made a record reflect that the officer has identified the defendant, Jerome Daniel.
All right, noted. You put your mask back on.
Just a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
With respect to the packages taken, did you speak with the names on those packages?
Over the phone, yes.
What were their names?
The male was a Mr. Michael Lima, and the other one was a female. What was her name?
Was it Jay Farrell?
Yes, that sounds very familiar. Yeah, Jay Farrell.
Did either Jay Farrell or Michael Lima indicate they gave this defendant any authorization or permission to have their packages?
No, we specifically asked them if they knew this male and if they asked anybody else to pick their packages up for them, and they said that they did not request their packages to be picked up by anybody else and that they should have been in the mailroom.
And they both lived in that building?
Yes.
425 Chapel?
Yes, sir. I believe Miss Lima is in unit 1306 and Mr. Farrell was in unit 2102.
And you spoke with the property manager as well?
Yes. Yes, he's the one who provided us with the video footage.
And you watched that video footage?
Yes.
Was your body cam on?
Yes.
All right. And again, you were post-certified on this date?
Yes, sir.
All right. No further questions for the witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, cross, Ms. Pinto.
Thank you, Judge. Is it Officer Stone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said you got security footage from the property manager?
Yeah. Well, it was he showed us, like, I saw a video on a cell phone of the defendant, like, going up to the door that is locked with a key fob, and he kind of like presses something up, not against the key fob surface, but like between the double doors to get the hinges to move, and then he goes inside.
And is that video in evidence?
I'm not sure. I believe Investigator Wareham should have had that email to him, but I was not able to get it to attach it to the police report like I would normally do.
And what's the name of the property manager?
What's the name of the property manager? Mr. LeVar Parkinson.
And you were wearing body cam when you responded?
Yes.
And that is in evidence?
Yes, my body camera footage is available.
And what about Officer Wareham?
Investigator Wareham, he should have a body camera video as well. From personal experience, I do know that he also usually, at the very least, keeps a audio recording
of every time he comes out to the scene as well. So that should be available.
And you said you identified the suspect based on his government ID?
I believe so. As I said, I haven't had a chance to really review my body camera footage like I normally would before coming into court like this. I was in training right before I came over here, so I apologize. But I'm trying to remember. He either, I think he willingly gave it to Sergeant Crump while they were talking before I arrived on scene, or I know after he was arrested, we always search everybody before we put them in the car. And I'm pretty sure he had a government issued ID on him.
Okay, but you're not sure.
Not 100% right now, no. I would have to rewatch my body camera footage. It's been a few months.
Okay. So you're not sure how he was ID'd. How do you know that this is the correct person?
Because the witness who flagged down Sergeant Crump specifically pointed him out, and then Sergeant Crump then followed him and did not lose eye contact with him until we arrived on scene.
Okay, so he followed him from the apartment complex?
Yes.
How far did he follow him?
It was only a few blocks, I believe, because he was not in uniform or anything. So he wasn't able to like arrest him right there or anything like that. That's why he called for more units on the radio. Yeah.
And did you yourself speak with witnesses?
I spoke with Sergeant Crump. I don't believe I spoke with the what was his name? With Mr. Ramsey, but I did speak with the victims over the phone. I know that when they told us that they didn't want their packages moved.
Okay, and is that conversation with the alleged victims, is that recorded?
It's all on my body camera, yes, ma'am.
Are you oh, never mind. If I could have one more, Judge.
Sure.
Nothing further at this time.
Anything else? Direct?
Just very briefly, did you all ascertain how much those packages, the 2 packages, were worth?
That we did not. It's simply because we didn't want to open their packages because they were still sealed. So I'm not entirely sure what was even in the packages that were taken. We just placed them into property for safekeeping because I believe both of the victims were out of town at the time, so they couldn't come directly to the scene and pick the packages up.
Are they still in property now?
That I don't know.
Will they return to the victims?
If they've come to the property annex to pick them up, they should have been released by now.
Just how large were the packages?
They weren't huge. I think it was like about this big for one box, and they were both pretty small. Like, I mean, you wouldn't be able to fit them in like a small pocket or anything, but you could definitely just, like hold them in one arm and walk around with them.
There's no way you could tell if it was more or less than $1,500.
Yeah, as I said, we didn't open the packages, so I don't know what their contents were.
That's fine. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Pinto?
No, Judge.
All right. Thank you, officer. Stay safe out there.
You too, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm out of cars, but thank you. Appreciate your time. Oh, no. If you're in training, I hope you don't miss your check. I hope you get back to your training. We appreciate you coming too. Oh, yeah, I'll take that. Yeah. Thank you. Have a good one. Stay safe.
All right. Argument.
Yes. The state will submit on the evidence. With one note, we will ask that Your Honor find burglary in the first degree here, given that this was a portion thereof in the case law, as Your Honor has previously put on the record, Garrett v. State 259, Georgia App 870. Nothing further from the state.
Ms. Pinto?
Judge, regarding the issue of the degree, I had a chance to look at Garrett v. State, and that case addresses the definition of building. It does not address the definition of dwelling, which is what is at issue when you're determining whether it's a first degree or a second degree burglary. So once again, this is a mailroom. This is not a residential part of the building. No one resides within the mailroom. It's separated from the residential part of the building. So we would submit on the burglary in the second, and the officer was regarding the possession of drug-related objects, he really couldn't testify with much definitiveness of what even was found on the suspect. So I would actually ask the court not find probable cause on the possession of drug-related objects. It was speculation at best because he couldn't remember what was found. And as for the burglary, I'll submit on burglary on the second, but once again, this is not a dwelling. This is not burglary in the first. And I would ask the court to revisit the ruling on 22 CP 213381, given that I've now looked at this case further, and find that that's burglary in the second as well.
We submit the facts are analogous here. The building, the storage, the shelter in Garrett v. State was rendered a part of a building based on its inaccessibility to the public. We would still say that those facts are similar here, where there's a mailroom that is a part of a apartment building meant for where people live, and that is fully within the first degree burglary statute.
Well, yeah, because it says here, in first it says he or she enters or remains within an occupied, unoccupied, or vacant dwelling of another or any building.
Yes.
Vehicle, railroad car, watercraft, aircraft, or other such structure used as the dwelling of another. So I'm just looking at it being the whole building is used to dwell. I mean, I could be wrong, and I'm sure those people right up the street would be glad to tell me quickly.
Yes, yeah, we'll look for that too. Yeah. Yes, Judge.
That's what they get the big bucks for. So they'll be glad to tell me if I'm wrong. Not that I can't be, but I mean, that's just kind of how I'm interpreting. So I'll go on burglary in the first, and the possession of drug-related objects. I do. He says he thinks maybe it was pipes. I don't. So I won't find PC on the drug-related objects. But, sir, they can still indict you on that. Just letting you know, just because I didn't find probable cause today, but we'll still go on burglary in the first degree. And we've already heard from pretrial, so go ahead, Ms. Pinto.
Judge, would you like me to, I guess I'll restate for the record.
You want the same thing? You want to put it on the record? If you don't, that's fine.
Just to make sure it's a clean record. Mr. Daniel is 25 years old. He's lived in Atlanta his entire life. He has an 11th grade education, and he's currently trying to get into the jail GED program. He was residentially challenged at the time of his arrest, and we are working on getting him into a program for mental health and substance abuse. He did grow up in the foster system. The jail is very unsafe. He's not receiving his mental health medication or treatment. He's also been stabbed twice. He did have a job at the time of arrest that he thinks he can return to. He's not a flight risk. There's no failures to appear. He has no funds or resources to flee. He's not a risk to commit any felonies if released on bond. He has no felony convictions whatsoever, nor is he on probation or parole. And Judge, we're asking for a $2,500 bond on this case.
Mr. Norwood?
Yes, Judge, we'll submit the argument put on the record with respect to the danger posed to the additional victim here of Michael Lima and Jay Farrell, their property, and the other residents of 425 Chapel, and the significant risk of reoffending given the multiple open cases here in Fulton and an additional open case. we'll leave this matter in your honor's discretion with respect to any modifications, but we do request, just for the record, another no further contact with Michael Lima, and of course the stay away condition. Nothing further.
All right, no drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. Stay away from 425 Chapel Street. I actually found the name. It's Duo, D-U-O, condominiums. No further contact with, I added a couple of the reporting witness, Brandon Ramsey, R-A-M-S-E-Y, Michael Lima, L-I-M-A, J. Farrell, and LeVar, L-E-V-A-R, Parkinson. That was the manager. Now that ankle monitor paid for by the county with that 24-hour curfew, court, lawyer, medical, work, inmates treatment, or any sort of addiction treatment. And you need to provide an address. I guess we can put on that, provide an address where you'll be living if you have it. Upon bonding out, they'll ask you for an address. So you need to provide that. Of course, Ms. Pinto will get back in touch with me if her social workers can't get you in anything. We'll make it $5,000 on the burglary and no probable cause on possession of drug-related objects. Best of luck to you, sir. Now we're just waiting on the officer for the Hanks case.
Yes, Forston, I just checked and I received the word that he would be here in 30 minutes, over 30 minutes ago. I got that about 11:40 a.m. So I just texted our investigator again. So I should have an update on Forston soon. He said, the investigator Pauls has informed me he's coming.
What's the investigator's name?
Investigator Pauls.
Oh, okay. What's the first name?
Sharon Pauls.
Oh, okay.
I can ask for an ETA.
I'm going to stand down for a second while I go see the little judge's room. Is that door, is it unlocked? I don't remember if it is or not. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
We're going for the home run today, you know.
Got much more. Remind them again.
She's funny.
What's that?
She's funny.
Who's that? You know what? Let's go.
Yeah. You good, Mo? Mo, you good?
Perfect timing.
Officer Forster, what's going on? Oh, we can have you over here. Yeah. Just call Officer Forster.
All right. You there, Bostic?
Yep, I am.
Which
All right. This is the last one. It's 2 cases. You come on up here to the stand. Yeah. All right. This is they'll go get him. Don't raise your right hand. You swear a firm testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, Judge.
All right. If you state and spell your name there for the court reporter.
Can I take this off?
Yes, sir.
How you doing? My first name is Marcus, Marcus. Last name is Forston, Forston.
All right. They'll have him out here in just a second. All right, it's 22CP213353. 99 days without indictment, got trafficking, cocaine, illegal drugs, marijuana, and methamphetamine. Possession of firearm during the commission of or attempt to commit certain felonies, possession of manufacture, distribution, sale of marijuana, possession of methamphetamines with intent to distribute, possession of Schedule II controlled substance, possession of Schedule IV controlled substance, possession of firearm by a convicted felon, trafficking in cocaine, illegal drugs, marijuana, or methamphetamine, and BGCSA possession of amphetamine. Then position 2 was 22CP213387. Dwayne Alonzo Hanks, 99 days without indictment, possession of methamphetamine with intent to distribute. And there's no bond on both of them, Ms. Pinto, so we'll hear bond after the argument. Go ahead, Mr. Norwood.
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon. Is it Officer Forston? Detective Forston. Thank you for being here. Could you please introduce yourself to the court? Where are you currently employed?
My name is Detective Forston. I'm currently employed by the City of Atlanta Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
7 years.
What are your duties with the Atlanta Police Department?
Right now, I'm on a narcotics unit.
What does that entail on the kind of daily basis?
On a daily basis, trying to find different locations that's selling illegal narcotics. Usually also indicative with having drugs, guns, and all those type of operations. What we do is we do surveillance. We go out, we sit on locations and try to figure out who's the target and stuff like that.
All right. Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
No, sir.
Are you post-certified?
Yes, sir.
Were you post-certified on the dates of these incidences? We're going to start with the first one. I'm going to direct your attention to between October 12th and October 20th. Were you post-certified between those 2 dates?
Yes.
Can you tell the court about the incident that occurred between those 2 dates?
So between those 2 dates?
Yes. It's how did your investigation of Dwayne Hanks begin?
Dwayne Hates investigations began. We got a narcotics tip that it was illegal narcotics being sold from 2470 unit 1304, that he would walk downstairs and walk in between the fence line that separate them and the gas station. So we went out there, we did some surveillance. On the first day I went out there, I seen a male matching that description, which is supposed to have been a tall male, bald head, slim built, walked through the fence line and what appeared to do a hand-to-hand with a vehicle that was out there. Again, I didn't know who the target was at the time. I didn't have any contact with Mr. Hanks at all. That's when we then set up an operation. We sent out a UC officer out there to see if he could buy illegal narcotics. He went out there, he was stopped by a tall, older black male who then led him, who then made a phone call upstairs to Mr. Hanks, who came downstairs and sold to him. On the second time we went out there, it was me and my partner upstairs on the same floor Mr. Hanks stayed at, 1304. And the operation was to see him leave that location, walk downstairs, give a description to the UC officer that was down there. So once he left out his apartment, we gave him a description. He walked downstairs, and the same description that we gave, he walked up to the UC officer, undercover officer that was downstairs, and sold to him 2 separate times.
All right, thank you. That's my apologies. I'm gonna walk you back a little bit. I had a duplicate warrant, but this took place on October 20th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. On October 20th, 2022, you were sitting at the location 2470 Cheshire Bridge Road, Northeast Unit 1304?
Yes.
That was your subject address?
Yes.
Is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
And upon seeing the hand-to-hand transaction, can you just walk us through what happened next? I know you just did some of that, but just to put it in context, if this was on October 20th, 2022, what happened next after that first hand-to-hand transaction?
I just went back to the office, put it in my notes, wrote up that, hey, this may be the target.
Okay.
And everything that they said, it matched. Like, he walked downstairs. Well, he came and walked through the fence line. Again, I didn't know which unit he was coming to until the second operation that we had. The second operation, that's when we went upstairs, laid eyes on the apartment unit, and was upstairs on this floor.
And you searched the apartment unit?
Yes, we searched the apartment unit.
You got a search warrant to do that?
Yes.
Based on the hand-to-hand transaction?
No, based on him selling to an undercover officer twice.
Okay.
That's how I was able to do it.
And then you executed that search warrant on October 20th, 2022?
Yes.
In the unit 1304?
Yes.
Of 2470 Cheshire Bridge Road?
Yes.
And what did that search reveal?
Search warrant revealed multiple different illegal narcotics, methamphetamine, cocaine, marijuana, illegal schedule, I think 2 pills was inside. Between 8 and 9 firearms, 3 were stolen. U.S. currency was inside the apartment as well.
All right. I'm sorry. Could you walk us through the amounts of what you found? Did you have that information? You can look at your report. You just can't read from it,
okay, but
you can refer to it, and could you just walk us through the amounts of what substances you found? Okay. And yes, just walk us through that.
The amounts was 574 grams of methamphetamine, 30.9 grams of cocaine, 548 grams of marijuana, 20 pills of Xanax, 8 pills of oxycodone, 4 pills of dextrofenamine. And those are the numbers.
All right, and you saw some firearms as well?
Yes.
Did you know what kinds? Can you describe those?
Yes, I have a list.
What was that?
I have my list.
Oh yeah, you can look at your notes for that. Just to refresh your recollection, and then look up.
It was a Savage Arms 308 caliber, a 1911 Taurus. It was a Ruger LCP, a Smith & Wesson 45 caliber, a Glock 42, 380, a Glock 43, a LW Count 32 caliber, a Palmetto 5.56, and a rifle ghost gun. It wasn't finished being built yet.
All right. And did you arrest this defendant?
Yes.
How did you confirm his identity?
Confirm his identity, on scene identification, and also a DEA agent who had gave us a tip had already identified him.
All right. Do you see the person in the courtroom today who was identified as a suspect?
Yes.
Everybody can take their mask off.
You can stand up. Can you describe where he or she is sitting and what he or she is wearing?
Yes. Slim build male with a bald head, a blue jumpsuit with a tan and white shirt underneath.
Thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect that the officer has identified the defendant, Dwayne Hanks.
All right, noted. You can put your mask back on.
When you arrested this defendant, did you run a GCIC and NCIC?
Yes, he was came back as a convicted felon.
Did you note what that conviction was?
For possession of marijuana out of Fulton County on 3/7, 2008.
All right. What date was that possession of marijuana?
3/7, 2008.
Okay. Take that. With respect to the intent to distribute, what you got? What did you base your possession of methamphetamine with intent to distribute on?
Oh, the amount.
The amount?
Yeah.
We got the amount for the trafficking and the trafficking in the cocaine, but for the possession of methamphetamine with intent to distribute, did you see any additional? Was that the hand-to-hand transaction that you saw on the 20th?
Judge, this is a leading question.
Oh.
Rephrase.
Yes, Judge. Can you describe the hand-to-hand transactions you saw?
On the hand-to-hand, it came from him selling to like I said, the UC officer.
And one of those happened on October 20th?
No.
What were the dates?
Yes, sir. One of the dates was on 10/13/2022. The 10/13/2022 was one of the dates.
And there was one more date?
Yes. And another date was 10/14/2022.
Thank you. And that was methamphetamine?
Yes.
Did you, and you confirmed that because it wasn't, who did he sell it to?
To undercover officer.
And that's how you confirm the substance?
Yes.
All right. And when you entered the apartment, was there anybody else in there?
Yes, it was black female as well.
And this was all captured on body cam?
Yes, sir.
Did you interview the female inside the apartment?
No, but another investigator did.
All right. Were any statements provided by either this defendant or the female in the apartment?
Yeah, that he stated that everything was his inside the home.
Oh, okay. No other witnesses?
No.
And what time of day was this?
This is around between 2 and 3 o'clock.
All right.
Between that time frame.
When did you get the search warrant? Is it in your report? The date is in your report?
Yes.
Okay, I'll let you get the date, but it was prior to.
Yes, like a day or two.
October 20th in the afternoon.
Yes, before.
Okay. If you want to get the date, we can wait for you to get the date.
Okay.
I thought I had it.
18th, October 18th.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Again, with respect to the two hand-to-hand transactions, the first one you had already put on the record was October 13th.
Yes.
And the second one was October 14th.
Yes.
Did you make the charging? Did you do the charging for both?
What, that day of?
Yes. Or did you take out warrants for both of those? Possession of methamphetamine with intent to distribute?
No, sir.
Oh, you just did the warrants for what cases? What charges did you do the warrants for?
What was inside the location at that time.
Okay, yeah. We got you on two separate cases. There's 22 CP 213-353. I was just going to move briefly to 22 CP 213-387, where there's an additional possession of methamphetamine with intent to distribute. I was just, I have a warrant where you took the warrant out for that one as well. And I was just establishing that the date of that one was based on the two hand-to-hand transactions that you've already put on the record. Does that sound familiar as to what happened?
Judge, he's just testifying at this point. It's not
Do you
a
want to
question.
refresh his recollection
Oh,
with his warrant or whatever? I mean,
I was just refreshing. He doesn't have the calendar, so it's hard to say what's on the calendar if he doesn't have the calendar. That's all I was doing.
Oh, okay.
He already put the dates. I'm just trying to just make sure we're good with the calendar. What's on the calendar
Oh, I
as
guess
far as venue and ID?
I don't have you got a calendar on your phone. You can look at your calendar on the phone if you need to look at it. Like
I was
dates.
talking about this calendar right here. He doesn't, because it's like two separate CP numbers.
Yeah, there's two different cases, but do you want to refresh his recollection with the warrant for position 5?
Possession of firearm?
Position 5.
Oh, position 5. Okay. Yeah.
And then 3387.
All right. I can.
I think he doesn't understand that.
Yeah.
How it was calendar.
Okay. May I refresh his recollection?
Sure.
You can look up when you're done. You ready? Oh, yeah. I'll just prepare it all. It's just like that.
Okay.
So between October 12th and October 20th, you did you observed two hand-to-hand transactions?
Yes.
On the first
I'm sorry, not observed, but we did an operation where it was confirmed that he did sell to undercover officer.
On the first transaction, how much methamphetamine was recovered?
I look at the weights.
At which one?
I look at the weights.
You can do it. Yeah.
The first one was 1 gram of methamphetamine.
All right. And how much was recovered on the second one?
Second was 4.1 grams of methamphetamine.
All right. And both times it was this defendant
Yes,
that
sir.
you've already identified as Dwayne Hanks?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the officers also identified this defendant in Dwayne Hanks in 22 CP 213387?
So noted.
All right. And both transactions took place in Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
At the same location, 2470 Cheshire Bridge Road?
Yes, sir.
Northeast Unit 1304?
Yes.
All right. And how did you know these substances were what they were?
Based on our training, knowledge, and experience, but also we sent it off to GBI. We just wait for the crime lab to identify what it is.
Absolutely. And you were pro-certified throughout the investigation?
Yes, sir.
No further questions for this witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, Cross.
Thank you, Judge. All right. Is it Detective Forston?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Detective, you said that this whole investigation began based off of a tip. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that came from a DEA agent?
DEA agent, and also it came through, like I said, it came through as a location that was selling illegal narcotics.
When you say it came through as a location, what did it come through?
Come through. What we usually do is get phone calls. If somebody's selling illegal narcotics, they'll call my number and say, hey, this location is selling illegal narcotics. What we do is we go out there, we do surveillance, we get eyes on it, and we try to figure out, is this a good place or if it's not. So we go out there and confirm it first before we start any investigation.
Okay, so this phone call, is that an anonymous phone call?
Yes, always come in as anonymous.
Okay, so you were led to it's 2470 Cheshire Bridge,
Yes, yes, ma'am.
and that's an apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am.
And I understand that you might not know the exact answer to this, but just ballpark estimate, how many apartments are in that complex?
I'm not sure, ma'am.
Is it more than 10?
Yes.
Objection speculative.
Judge, he's been to the complex. He has at least a general idea of if there's at least more than 10 apartments in the complex.
Okay, we'll allow that.
Yes, it's more than 10, ma'am.
And I didn't use on direct, it sounded like you were saying that there was a third party involved in at least one of the controlled buys.
You said third party? Yeah, a guy downstairs. It's like a J, I guess, homeless dude that called up to Mr. Hanks to come downstairs.
Okay, and do you have a name for this third party?
No, ma'am.
So presumably he was not arrested.
No.
And did this third party serve as a middleman in both of the alleged transactions?
You said did the alleged party serve as a?
Did this man we don't have a name for, did he serve as the middleman in both of the alleged transactions?
Yes, ma'am.
And how is it that you came to determine that Mr. Hanks resided in unit 1304?
Again, it was me and my partner on the floor of 1304. We watched him leave and enter that apartment unit 1304.
Well, I guess the question is how did unit 1304 come under your surveillance to begin with?
That's the unit number that came to me that he stays in, 1304, that location of 2470 Cheshire Bridge. That came in the file, that was the unit that was possibly selling illegal narcotics.
Okay, so you got that unit from the DEA tip?
Yes.
And the surveillance you were conducting outside of 1304, is any of that recorded?
No, I was operating as an undercover officer, me and my partner.
Is it memorialized in any way?
Yes, it's in my notes, and also reports was being done.
You said reports. I didn't hear what you said after that.
The report was done that day after the buy, but it was inside my notes, my case file.
And were the controlled buys recorded in any way?
No, ma'am.
But were they memorialized?
Yes, ma'am.
How so?
Yeah, the officer that who he sold to, he completed a police report stating who sold to him, the amount, and the weight. And that was done on our system as Mark 43.
Okay, so his report says who sold it to him, but that's not the third party who he actually conducted the transaction with.
Can't you repeat that?
You said the officer who did the controlled buys made a report in which he wrote who sold the alleged drugs to him.
Mm-hmm.
That person is the third party we don't have a name for. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what do you mean when he said who sold it to him?
That's who came downstairs and brought the illegal narcotics downstairs. The third party don't have any drugs on them. It come from the unit 1304.
Okay. Did you witness the drugs exchange from Mr. Hanks' hands to the undercover officer?
No, ma'am.
And I understand this all happened in an apartment complex. Is it a complex where there's separate buildings and they're all the entrances are outside?
You said the separate buildings and all entrances are outside?
Right. So there's some complexes where you walk into the apartment from the outside. There's other complexes where you go in and it's like a high rise and all the apartment entrances are interior.
It's an opening to answer your question.
It's what?
It is open to answer your question.
Okay, so you can see the door from outside the building.
Which door?
The door to unit 1304.
Can you see it from the outside? No.
Okay, so it's an enclosed complex.
Yeah. The outside is closed in, but the inside is open. You could be able to see across to the other, the other apartment units. But from the outside, you can't see this unit.
Did you get into or did you recover for evidence any surveillance footage showing Mr. Hanks leaving or entering the apartment?
No, ma'am.
And neither you or any of the other officers were wearing any body cam?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now I'd like to turn to the search warrant. Did you yourself take the search warrant out?
Yes, ma'am.
And you wrote the affidavit?
Yes, ma'am.
And you conducted the search?
No, I conducted the plain view, but me and other investigators was inside that apartment unit. So plain view is the officer that wrote the search warrant. He do the plain view, do the initial walkthrough to see anything that you see in plain view. Then after that, we send K9 in to see if he can hit on anything that we can't see. Then after that, we do an initial search, and that's usually some officers the detectives that's not assigned or that's not the affidavit over that unit. So I didn't do the search.
You did not do the search. Is that what you said?
Yes, no, ma'am.
Okay. And I heard you say that you conducted the plain view. I couldn't hear what you said. What's the next step after that?
The next step is you send in a K9 unit, and that's when he come in, sniff and see if he can find anything illegal, narcotics, drugs, guns, anything of that sort.
And then after that, the search is done by someone else?
Yes, other detectives.
Were any of these three searches recorded on body cam?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was the initial plain view search recorded on body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the canine sniff recorded on body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
And then was the subsequent search by the detectives recorded on body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
And all three of those body cams are in evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were, at any point in the search warrant process, did you find out who the apartment belongs to?
So did I find out who the apartment belongs to? No, ma'am.
So you don't know who's on the lease for that apartment?
No.
You don't know if, I guess you don't know if Mr. Hanks actually resides there.
Yes, I know he resides there.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Yes, I do know. He stated that everything inside was his.
Are you aware of anyone else residing in the apartment?
No, man. One of the rooms, it was like some kid stuff in there. I don't know if his daughter or son or somebody stay in that room, but that's the only other room and stuff that I seen in there. That could be, if you notice that somebody else stays there.
During your surveillance, did you ever witness anyone else walking in or out of the apartment?
No, ma'am.
And after the apartment was searched, are you aware of whether it was secured after that?
What we do is we close the door, make sure that it's shut. We put the search warrant and we put a property sheet in there from the stuff that was recovered. And so that's what we usually do when we leave the location. Make sure the door is not wide open, that anybody can walk in there. We close the door. And the leasing office usually get contacted to go lock the door up.
And did you have a key to enter the apartment?
No, ma'am.
How did you gain entry?
Gain entry by a tool. It's called a breaching tool. That's where you hit the door, and the door usually pop open with the tool that we have.
Okay, so the apartment, after the search, the apartment was not locked again?
No, it can't be locked because it was not. Basically, it was locked. It was knocked off the hinge, so we couldn't lock the door back.
Oh, it was okay. So when you say the door popped open, it was taken off its hinges.
It was damaged. The lock was damaged, so it couldn't lock back.
You breached the door?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And now I want to move to the drugs. You're alleging methamphetamine, marijuana, cocaine, oxycodone, Xanax, methamphetamine, and amphetamine. Were any of those drugs field tested?
They got sent off. So again, we don't control that part. It got sent off to get tested. I don't know when that's going to come back. We all be waiting on that.
Okay, so no, they were not field tested?
It got sent off to get tested, yes.
Okay, I'm asking you, were they field tested?
On scene?
Yes.
No.
Or at the precinct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And they were sent to GBI?
Yes.
So you're going solely off of training and experience when you identify these substances?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you weigh the drugs?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you received results from GBI for the drug testing?
No, ma'am. Not yet.
Okay. And when you weighed the drugs, were they in their packaging?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were they packaged?
The methamphetamine was inside of a Ziploc bag. The marijuana was inside its packaging. The cocaine, we put that inside of one of our glassine Ziploc bags, like a clear bag that we weighed, and we put it on the scale and weigh it that way.
What about the pills?
The pills was weighed as well. We usually put those inside of the same clear bag.
If I could have one moment, Judge.
Okay.
And returning to the controlled buys, were those allegedly conducted at the apartment complex on Cheshire Bridge?
I mean, he came out the unit, walked through the fence, and gas station is right next door to it.
And what gas station is that?
Valero.
All right, and I just want to confirm the alleged methamphetamine that weighed, there was 1 gram and 4.1 grams, so 5.1 grams.
Talking about the total?
Well, because in the warrant, you're alleging it's 8 grams, so I'm just trying to understand what it actually is.
You're talking about the one on position 5, right?
Yes, Judge.
That's what I'm trying to keep up.
You said the warrant said 8?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Warrant said 8 grams?
Mm-hmm.
And that's from the initial, from the control buys, or are you talking about the inside the house, that was inside the home?
I mean, it's your warrant. You're the one that's here testifying regarding it. But I'm asking, from what I understand from your testimony, that's the alleged controlled buy. That's with the date of between October 12th and 20th.
Okay, I got it now. Yes, it was 8. I'm sorry. So I had it mixed up. On 10/13, that's when we initially went out there to do the first buy. The first buy was 1 gram of methamphetamine, which wasn't from Mr. Hanks. The 2 buys that I got from Mr. Hanks on 10/14, that was $220 worth. That was 4.1 grams. The second was on 10/17, and that was 4 grams of methamphetamine.
Okay, so the 10/13 controlled buy, that was a different person.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that third party that you don't know, that we don't have a name for?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, nothing further at this time.
All right, any more direct?
Yes, Your Honor, just to clarify a few things on redirect. the controlled buys on 1014 and 1017 that you have just corrected or just clarified for everybody, were those at the gas station across from, were those controlled buys made at the gas station across from the complex?
Yes, sir.
And that gas station is in Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
And in both instances, those controlled buys were made by Dwayne Hanks, who you've identified?
Yes, walked out his unit, walked downstairs, walked through the gate line.
And then you had previously, I didn't mean, did you say anything else?
Walked through the fence line.
Okay. And you had previously indicated that there was an amount of 1 gram or so, but that is not the case. They were actually both approximately 4 grams on each of those days?
Yes.
Okay. On 1017, it was approximately 4 grams. And on 1014, it was approximately 4 grams.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just going back to the substances found in the apartment, when did you all weigh those?
When did we weigh them? The same day.
Same day.
After we collected it, we went back to headquarters, weighed everything, processed the guns, did a criminal history check on the guns, see if any was stolen and everything. But everything was done at headquarters.
And it was done at headquarters? Okay. What form was the methamphetamine in?
Inside like a glassine sandwich bag.
All right.
Like a big Ziploc bag.
Was it crystallized?
Yes.
What form was the cocaine?
Powder form.
Powder form?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any United States currency on the scene?
Yes, sir.
How much United States currency?
Give me a second.
Or if I may rephrase, after you searched the defendant, was it approximately $2,000 of United States currency found? Does that ring a bell?
That sounds about right, but I want to give you the exact
Oh, yeah. Take your time. Take your time.
$2,290.
Thank you. With respect to the female in the apartment, was she observed doing anything?
Yeah, she ran from out the apartment unit into the balcony and threw that bag of methamphetamine inside the pool.
Were you all able to retrieve that bag?
Yes, sir.
And you weighed that as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that was the crystallized methamphetamine?
Yes, sir.
How much did it weigh? If you have that amount?
Yes, I have. 574 grams methamphetamine.
All right. No further questions for the witness at this time.
Anything else, Ms. Pinto?
Just a couple, Judge.
Okay.
Okay, so you said it was a woman who threw a bag into the pool.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And returning to those controlled buys, October 14th and October 17th, you said that you witnessed Mr. Hanks selling those drugs to the undercover officer?
No, ma'am. I said I witnessed him leave his apartment and enter back into that apartment. I gave a description of what he was wearing, and that's the same person that went downstairs and sold to the undercover officer, who confirmed that he was wearing the same exact thing.
So there was not a third party?
That's been asked and answered, Your Honor.
Yeah, but you want to clarify that question.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand is
who all was there?
Right, because he keeps saying first there was a third party that was acting as a middleman, but then he said that Mr. Hanks came down and did it himself. So there's conflicting testimony that I'm trying to understand.
I said they arrived to the location. The guy that's there outside the gas station, he don't have any drugs on him. When they get there, they contact him the amount that they want. That person called upstairs to Mr. Hank, who leaves his apartment unit, walks downstairs, give the drugs, and that's when the transaction is happening. So yes, the third party, yes, he was there.
Okay. All right, nothing further, Judge.
Anything else?
No, Judge. All right. May officer be excused?
Yes. Thank you, Detective.
Right.
Stay safe out there.
Yes, y'all have a good day.
All right, go ahead with argument.
One second, Your Honor. We will ask that you find probable cause on all charges. 1 second.
Okay, go ahead.
Appreciate you being here. I was just going to just briefly give a rundown on the 22 CP 213353. There's a possession of methamphetamine with intent to distribute, and then 22 CP 213387, possession of methamphetamine with intent to distribute. We would just ask that you, based on the officer's testimony, there were 2 separate transactions on 1014, 1017. With methamphetamine, we would just ask that one be included in the 22 CP 213353, and the other one be the second transaction that the officer put on the record. That's the state's understanding.
So you're gonna keep them as 2 separate cases still?
We can fix that later, but
Okay.
for right now, that's the state's understanding of what the breakdown is. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Pinto.
Thank you, Judge. Well, first, as to the possession of firearm by convicted felon, I heard testimony that from the officer that Mr. Hanks was convicted of possession of marijuana in Fulton County. I did not hear that was a felony amount. Of course, possession of marijuana can be a misdemeanor. So that element of the convicted of a felony has not been shown in the testimony today. So I would ask the court to dismiss that charge. As to the others, the other charges I'll leave in the court's discretion.
Your Honor, we'll submit that the officer's testimony did sufficiently establish probable cause for a felony conviction for sale of marijuana.
I'm trying to think back if he said selling marijuana because I've got notes, but
He said sale, but
yeah. All right. So I'll find probable cause on all charges. I think I'm trying to, one of the trafficking is for methamphetamines, right?
yes.
So is it the same possession of methamphetamine with intent to distribute?
No,
Okay.
there was a separate 574.
That one, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll find probable cause on both cases on all charges. He's been in custody 99 days without indictment on both cases, and both of them have no bond. Free trial.
23 prior arrests, felony convictions, 2 old controlled substance, open case, 19 SC 168926, trafficking in ecstasy, trafficking in meth, possession of a Schedule 1 or 2 with the intent, possession of a Schedule 3 or 5, possession of marijuana with the intent to distribute. He's on probation for MDMA sentenced in 2016 for 7 years. Also for possession of cocaine with the intent, possession of a Schedule 1 or 2 with the intent to distribute marijuana with the intent to distribute, sentenced in 2016 for 7 years. Nothing further.
All right, go ahead. Ms. Pinto?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Hanks has been incarcerated for 99 days. He's had no bond this entire time. His cases have not been indicted. If released, he would reside at 500 Northside Circle, Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309. That's where he would live with his girlfriend. He is not a flight risk. He has strong ties to the community. He's 37 years old. He's lived in Georgia almost his entire life. He moved here when he was 6. He was actually born in Germany. Both his parents were in the armed forces. He has 4 children, ages 18, 13, 11, and 8. He has his GED. And at the time of his arrest, he was working as a mobile barber. He's been doing that since 2009. So, and then he was also doing club promotions, which he's been doing since 2015. So strong employment history, family here. He's lived here a very long time. He is responsive to the legal process. I didn't hear any failures to appear. He has no violent history, Judge. He's not a significant threat or danger to anyone in the community. He's not a risk of committing a felony pending trial. He, I think I heard 23 cycles, but, and sorry if I misheard, I heard 2 felony convictions only out of those. He's not at risk of intimidating any witnesses. These are all officers who are witnesses in this case, Judge. So we are asking for a reasonable bond for Mr. Hanks today. Of course, as the court knows, the purpose of bond is to prevent punishment before conviction and secure appearance of a person in court for trial, and that the court may consider defendants' financial resources in determining the amount of bail. Mr. Hanks is indigent. Of course, he is presumed innocent of these charges. He has not been able to work for the past 99 days. He lost his apartment. We are requesting a reasonable bond for someone in his financial circumstances of $25,000 total.
And where's he going to be living?
It's Northside Circle. It's in Atlanta.
Is that in Fulton County? Because I know up there there's.
Yes, Judge, it's in Fulton County.
It's Fulton County, sir?
Yes,
Good, okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Norwood.
Yes, Judge. With respect to Ayala, we'll submit there is significant danger posed to the community with the possession of these substances, particularly given the amounts. 574 grams of methamphetamine is significant. Over 28 grams, about 30 grams of cocaine. That is very concerning to the state. 9 firearms here were recovered during the search. 11 firearms, 3 out of 11 listed as stolen. We'll submit there is a significant danger again posed to the community. We'll also submit there is significant risk of reoffending pending trial given the open case with controlled substance involved, as well as open probation with many of the same charges here. And given the nature of the intent to distribute, and given the nature of open probation, we'll submit there is a risk of not returning to this jurisdiction to make the charge. With respect to the amounts, I do believe, well, we can defer to the standing order with respect to the trafficking amounts with 574 grams and 30.9, I believe, grams of cocaine. And with respect to the possession of firearm by convicted felon, we'll ask for nothing lower than $15,000 on that one in the possession of firearm during commission of attempt or attempt to commit certain felonies. We'll ask for nothing lower than $15,000 on that one. That is 22 CP 213353. With respect to 22 CP 213387, we'll leave that in your Honor's discretion. Nothing further from the state, and of course, request the conditions: no weapons, ankle monitor. No further contact with the co-defendant.
Kayla trafficking, because I was trying to look up the standing order. Is it 100,000 on those, or?
I'm looking it up right now. I got the order up right now.
I have it printed off sitting on the bench upstairs, but.
Yes, sir. We have cocaine, 30 grams. I see table 4. Less than 200, it'd be 25,000 for the cocaine. For the methamphetamine, 400 grams or more is 100,000.
But Ms. Pinto, who's he going to be living with?
So, Judge, I was going to ask to address that. The alleged co-defendant, she is his girlfriend, and they do live together. So I would ask that there not be a stay away between the two of them.
So is there a child that lives in there with them? I mean, the officer said there was like.
Mr. Hanks has children, but are they with her girlfriend or no? But they're not, it's not a shared child.
Okay, but there's one that stays at the house at some point in time.
How many of your kids stay with you? Yes.
Okay. All right. Yes, this concerns me. One, allegedly, 548 grams of weed, 20 ZX oxy, 30.9 grams of crack cocaine or cocaine, 574 grams of meth, and 4 amphetamine pills, and then 11 firearms. And there's a child.
Yes,
it's just repugnant that all that's there. I mean, what was it? You read the newspaper all the time and somebody, a kid finds a gun and shoots themselves or their best friend or whatever. So there's 11. It's repugnant. It's repugnant. So it would be, let's see, on position 5, we'll start with no drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. Stay away from 2470 Cheshire Bridge Road in Atlanta, Georgia. I mean, you got a co-defendant, leave it up. It's up to you, sir. I'm going to say no speaking about it. I mean, I don't know how I'm going to be able to control it, but no speaking about this case. Your attorney's going to hate if you speak about the case with her. And so will her attorney. It could definitely hurt you. But anyway, so no speaking with the co-defendant, Kathy, Kathey, about the facts in this case, but like I said, I can't really keep you from doing that, but it's not going to be good for you. And I'm sure Ms. Pinto's not going to like it if you do. You're going to have an ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew, court, lawyer, medical. Is he going to have a job?
He has two jobs, Judge. He's a mobile barber and then he does club promotions.
Okay. So he can leave for work as long as he supplies the name of his employer, location he'll be working, proof of employment. So if it's independent contract and they send him something, he has to have proof that he's going there. The schedule and the exact location, you have to supply that to the ankle monitoring company, sir, and to your attorney that can supply that to the state.
Just to clarify for him, that's proof, like if he makes appointments with clients, he just sends that to the ankle monitoring
Right,
company.
you just got to let him, right. But, you know, you definitely shouldn't be going anywhere to cut somebody's hair at midnight. I mean, there are 24-hour barbershops, so I do know that. I have seen them, but you don't need to be doing that. All right, on that one. So that's position 5. Now on position 2, no drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. Ankle monitor paid for by the ORCA project with a 24-hour curfew, court, lawyer, medical, and also work. Same condition, sir. You have to supply the name of the employer, schedule, the exact location you're going to be working, and proof of employment. Now, you go to cut somebody's hair, that doesn't mean you stay gone 8 hours if you got one appointment. So you're going to have to make sure that's told to the ankle monitoring company and give it to Ms. Pinto so she can give it to the state. Stay away from 2470 Cheshire Bridge Road in Atlanta, Georgia. No contacting Kayla, Kayla, Kathy, about the facts and details of this case. You can do so at your own peril. All right, let's see. I'm trying to figure out which count is the marijuana and which count's the. All right, let's see. Which is the trafficking?
Count 3 is the marijuana, Judge.
Yes. Well,
The second trafficking is the marijuana or the first one?
the third one is possession. Or
No, but I
sale.
mean, there's 2 traffickings, cocaine, illegal drugs, and the other one's cocaine, illegal drugs. So,
The first one is one of the trafficking, and the second to last one is the other trafficking.
yeah, but which is the marijuana and which is the,
Neither one of them are marijuana.
okay, so they're cocaine and
One is cocaine, one is methamphetamine.
methamphetamines. Okay. So on position 100,000, possession of a firearm or knife during the commission of certain felonies, 15,000, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute or sale of marijuana, 15,000, possession of methamphetamines with intent to distribute, 20,000, possession of Schedule 2 controlled substance, 15,000, possession of Schedule 4 controlled substance, 15,000, possession of firearm by a convicted felon, 15,000, trafficking in cocaine, illegal drugs, and marijuana. And that one's 25?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, that's 25,000 for the standing order, and possession of methamphetamine, 20,000.
That's amphetamine. But I thought you said methamphetamine.
Oh, I meant amphetamines. So the last one, possession of amphetamines, and we'll do 20,000 on the position 5 for that bond. Need me to repeat those, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so in position 5, that'll be 20,000. On position 2, it's 100,000, 15,000, 15,000, 20,000, 15, 15, 15, 25, and 20.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Honor,
And our investigator came down. We did have 100% attendance today. She
Oh,
wanted
yeah,
to
yeah.
just advise the court of that. So we're working on it. Yes, Judge.
No, that's awesome. All right, we don't have anything else that needs to be on, so I can stop the stream, right?
I think that's it.